Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, we in Ifidhirunza and Prodesio goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of certain just common humanity. We beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom have been pleased God to perform such important trust in this land. Let your blessings rest upon the assembled and grant that the mayors in your presence, treat and consider all matter that shall government their direction is so just and faithful to promote your honor and glory, to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to your charge.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. I want to appreciate you yesterday for coming in large numbers. Welcome His Grace Kazimba, Archbishop of the Church of Uganda. I was really glad to see that we had a cosmopolitan attendance, not only Anglicans, but also the Muslims led by Haj Idi, in the Catholics, and many of us. This is what Parliament is all about. But next time we could do better. Now, colleagues, I also want to advise you, if you know that you're not properly dressed, you can find your way out without the matter. You can just check yourself, okay? I don't want order and procedure to be, you know yourselves. I've already scanned 1, 2. So please do the necessary. Honorable, don't be comfortable. Just move out and put on it. I think what I will do, I will have, maybe we shall have to, no, he has moved. Honorable, you're putting on a safari suit, which is allowed. Only that your shirt is very open and we shall, but you're putting on a safari suit. But I think we shall need to refine African wear because I've seen people coming here putting on anyhow and they say, but it's Kitenge, it's African. Even African must meet the standards of this house. Okay, and then ladies also sometimes, you know, you're dressing. So, but we will be seeing how best we can review that. Now, honorable colleagues, so I was thanking you for coming, and please let's keep up the spirit, dedicating our house to the Lord. Honorable Bua was made the honorary canon, so he moves with the swag around the house, and some other colleagues. So let's support them. I committed on your behalf that we shall continue supporting each other in this cause. Honorable colleagues, also, I have seen very disturbing pictures on social media of youth from Karamoja who were starving, according to media reports, starving within the cells in Achori. The pictures are really disturbing. The pictures are really, really disturbing. I have told the Prime Minister earlier on, I shared with her today morning, she can be reminded when she is coming to handle issues of the Prime Minister. It's one of the issues I would want her really. Whoever is responsible for making people reach that kind of stage should be held accountable. It's unbelievable, the pictures I saw. of human beings, you know, just now looking like real skeletons out of starvation. I know how we even treat our prisoners. They are fed, we appropriate. Prisons have the largest farm. They feed their people very well, you know, so it shouldn't be reaching that level. But if it necessitates maybe a statement in future, it will be done, but the Prime Minister will touch on that issue. I don't want to open it up here for debate when I've just briefed her that she will say something about it when she comes. Once she says, then I can open up a little. And it was first sent to me by Honorable Face Nakut. Thank you for sharing. And then later on, I saw everywhere in the media. Colleagues, matters of national importance, I will handle all of them. I will handle all matters of national importance under Prime Minister's time. Okay? Because I want us to go on the substantive items on the agenda. And then after which Prime Minister comes in, we handle matters of national importance. Yes, I hope you don't open up that.
No,
issue.
no debate. No, Speaker, I want to thank you for your communication, but I'm basing on the prayers we had yesterday with Bishop Kazimba. There is a story running around from Itojo. Itojo is part of Uganda as a constituency of a member from here, where a reverend went to have prayers.
Itojo is in Ntungamo.
In Ntungamo district, actually. And this reverend was praying for Genome 7 to meet the promises he gave his people. And he did have no speaker. Even us in the other churches, we do the same. But this person was arrested, and he has a church where they have to pray on Easter. We wanted to know from Ministry of Internal Affairs to tell us when praying became a criminal in this country. When did the praying become even a crime, okay, whatever? Is it criminal? Is it a crime? I think my English is correct. For someone to pray, I'm speaking in legal terms. And fortunately, that individual is here. This reverend has been remanded, and we don't go for sub judice, but it's unfair. And there is a church is not going to have a reverend, but the bishop was here, right? No speaker. We need to know that because I've had special prayers whenever we have church in that direction.
Yeah, on colleagues, anyone with such issues, Prime Minister's time, I'll give you a chance so that they are answered, okay? In my communication, Honorable Abdara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I need to add a voice to those who joined us in welcoming the Archbishop. Honorable Speaker, ever since I joined this House, even in the recent bill we passed, which is pending before the President, there are some religious leaders who have never appeared anywhere, even in the dinner where you prepared for us. They are constant, they are always absent, and these are the Muslims. Neither the Old Kampala of Sheikh Mubaje, nor the Chibuli, even when we are preparing that bill, for the Muslims leaders, they are nowhere. I call upon you, Right Honorable Speaker, to take note of the Muslims leaders in this country. Why are they shying away from Parliament activities? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Abdara, you're raising a serious issue. But for us as the leadership of Parliament, we don't mobilize religious leaders to come here. It's the different chaplaincies that do arrange. Now, we have we have a whole Imam of Parliament. You have your association and arrangement. The day you bring the head of Muslims, we shall be blessed to move and welcome him here. We are looking forward. In fact, I should task you. I expect the Mufut to come here. I've assigned you that. If you don't do, okay. So, colleagues, let's go to substantive items, because you see, when Prime Minister's time comes, you will get time to handle all these issues. Okay. So let's go to the statement. Rob, you wanted to say? I hope you're not reopening. I can give you time when Prime Minister comes. Okay. Hello.
Honorable Speaker, a quick one in your communication, especially the harsh, life-threatening prison conditions that the citizens are going through. And that is good that you have directed the Prime Minister to make a statement. But in my view, there are many other forms of gross human rights violations that are going on, as you could be aware. The mysterious forced disappearances still continue. But what's to be told, Mr. Speaker, I wish you could prevail over her to include it. Those that are arraigned before the court martial, the charges that were actually put on them are shifting goalposts from being in possession, and these are civilians, the NUP supporters, from being in possession of military stores to firearms to ammunition. Now, yesterday, it has shifted to treachery. So we ought to get a comprehensive report on matters pertaining to gross human rights violations in Uganda. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, we've handled very many reports to do with human rights issues. And they've been discussed here, state of human rights. We had one on prisoners. But of course they keep propping up day after day, you know. But because of your vigilance, colleagues, you're able to bring all these issues up. I would request we continue the way we are doing it, where there is a specific matter, we put the minister to task, so that we don't again ask for a statement when we recently discussed a report, you know, then we shall continue rotating around that. But specific cases, we always put the minister task to ensure that he or she responds. Colleagues, let's save time, because PM's time will be very, very critical when we are handling many issues. Allow the statements, item number 3, I will handle it next week. So let's go to item number 4.
Item number 4 in the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance on the Uganda Communications Fees and Fines Amendment Regulations 2023, pursuant section 93.3 of the Uganda Communications Act 2013.
Chairperson of the committee? Chairperson is not yet in. Okay. Can we do next item?
Item number 5 on the order paper, laying of papers pursuant to Rule 33 of the Rules of Procedure.
Honorable Pio.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I lay, I just like to make some small correction that on the order paper, it is the 42nd session of the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly and not the 40th session. Right Honorable Speaker, I hereby beg to lay on table the report of the delegation from Parliament of Uganda to the 64th ACP Parliamentary Assembly and the 42nd session of the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly held in Maputo, Mozambique in October to November 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I request to just give a brief summary of the key highlights of the key resolutions, especially on the East African crude oil pipeline. There were key discussions on that.
Honorable, can you use 3 minutes?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. There are 3 key resolutions that were made in this ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly. The first resolution was on global climate change challenges. And within these resolutions, you all recall that the EU Parliament had earlier on come up with a unilateral resolution to ban further exploration of new fossil fuels for petroleum. In these resolutions that were presented, there was a proposal to have this banned. However, through the engagement with the different countries by the Ugandan delegation, we're able to have this amended from a ban to a transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy in a phased manner. And the basis of this was that Uganda and other developing countries still suffer from energy poverty, and therefore they need to invest in the fossil fuels in order to enable the renewable energy arrangements. The second resolution was on increasing access by ACP countries to the EU for different commodities. You all know Uganda is one of the major coffee exporters to the EU, and there have been challenges in terms of compliance due to technical arrangements. Again, in this resolution, we called upon EU to support and strengthen the technical capacities of producers, exporters, and national authorities as far as accessing the new market requirements in the EU. And lastly, we have what we know as the post-Cotonou agreement. I need to bring to the attention of Parliament that this is an agreement on which the basis for creation of the ACP, which is the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific states, and the European Parliament is based on, and it will be valid for the next 20 years. However, as Uganda, we noticed that there were several provisions that support LGBTQ rights. There are also several provisions that were calling for the promotion of LGBT rights within our education curriculum. Uganda as a country, we stood firm, and you all recall our Right Honorable Deputy Speaker in that video that went viral stood firm and said we cannot exchange our values for European aid. I request that we appreciate on that. And we made it very clear that African values are not for sale, whether at factory price, at wholesale price, at retail price, even in barter trade. As a result of that, we disagreed fundamentally on the signing of the post-Cotonou agreement because of those provisions that are promoting homosexuality. Finally, the last lesson that we need to learn, this is an agreement that we found that had already been initialed, and we request our executive that before any document is initialed by any government official, the Attorney General should review it to ensure that it complies with our laws and legislation. We found those provisions talking about, you can imagine, talking about teaching children of 5 years old homosexuality, that there are traditional families of a man and a woman and a non-traditional families of a man and a man. These were referenced in that document itself, which we had initialed. So I appeal that as a recommendation, the Office of the Attorney General should ensure that these documents are reviewed. But we also ask that the President should not proceed and sign this document. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and the delegation that traveled to Maputo to represent Uganda. However, Right Honorable Speaker, this ACP-EU agreement originally was a trade agreement between the African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries with the EU, and also issues promoting democracy. How now they smuggle in human rights issues is a subject of discussion, Right Honorable Speaker. We have just concluded the first interparliamentary conference on African, attended by members of parliament and delegates from 23 countries. And this conference discussed this ACP-EU agreement. And Your Excellency, the delegates did meet His Excellency, the President. And our call to the President was not to sign, because the speed at which this ACP-EU agreement was moving was terrific, because the ministers initialed, and what was coming through is that we have no role. One of the calls, Right Honorable Speaker, is leaving this to the executive is not enough. In this meeting, the interparliamentary conference that just ended, we have requested that Parliament that document be laid before Parliament, and Parliament also, as representatives of the people, members of Parliament, review that document before the executive finally signs it. And I want to thank Right Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President. He committed before us and all these delegates, and he thanked us for alerting him and said he will not sign this agreement. So I want to inform the Attorney General and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs that it's important that that document be brought here, so that as members of, representatives of the people, we should actually review it. So the procedural issue, Right Honorable Speaker, other than this report that we have received, would it not be procedural right to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who is our representative and sits in those ministerial councils, to lay before this House that draft document in the form which he initialed? Let him lay it here so that we can actually review it. So that's the procedural issue. And Right Honorable Speaker, maybe what has not come through from the Honorable member, his name is Achuti, the Honorable Achuti, is that in that agreement, Right Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, the EU is dividing up Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific into different protocols so that they can speak to them differently, have meetings with them differently. And you all know that we have been working together as SCP, as one bloc against the EU. Now you are being divided. So, Right Honorable Speaker, that is also an issue, because when we are divided, then you know we are weakened. So thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, you know, when I went to Maputo, what I discovered really shocked me. Because these international organizations, sometimes which we belong to, they have a way they conduct business that makes it formal to do everything in a reclusive manner. And they have rules of procedures where you cannot even question anything until, you know, they force you to come out with a lot of, you know, vigor, like the way we did with the whole team. I had Honorable Samuel Ropio, I had Honorable Chiwadia Morris, Honorable Sechkubo, Honorable Cecile Guar, Honorable Bashir Kazibwe. Yes, if there is any other member, Honorable Rajo Cooper, you know, and we had put up a spirited fight. Now, what we discovered, they do appoint a small group which goes and negotiates on behalf of the rest. And whatever that group has agreed, no country can come up to question, and it's in their rules. And we said what? But what was so good was most of the proposals which were made, they needed to come and change our domestic rules. So we said, so if you're saying parliaments don't have a role, or the ministers have initialed, who will amend the rules? Who will amend the rules? So, but it would be unfair for me to open. I know Rule 33, Sub-Rule 3 says I may allow a debate on the matter for time not exceeding 45 minutes, but you have just received the report. Good enough, it doesn't say when, it says the presiding officer shall appoint a time when we can debate this. So what we are going to do, let the minister lay on table the post-Cotonou agreement that he initiated, that has all these details. And also for your information, I raised this issue with the president. I held a meeting with the president and the Attorney General on some issues. So I raised it with him, and he was shocked when I gave him the details that we had found. And the Attorney General had not looked at this document, but we had committed our country due to the processes which are set in Brussels. So the president has also agreed no international agreement should be signed, and I hope he will give a very clear directive. No international agreement should be signed without clearance of the president, because the president will consult the Attorney General. Okay? The Minister of Foreign Affairs cannot go and commit Uganda on an agreement. Because now if the Attorney General comes and says, I never looked at this, you know, what do you do? And indeed, he had not looked at it. So I let the minister bring the agreement here. And once it comes, I will, I'll give you around 2-3 days. We shall share it, okay? And if he doesn't, I have a copy. So if they don't, I will share the copy because I demanded for it as a head of delegation and I got it. So we shall ensure you receive it. We need it laid on the table. We share with you. And after, I do appoint a time for debate when you've read the report and the agreement. Otherwise, for now, very few people who have information are the ones going to debate. Others will be mere speculation. Yes, our colleagues, under what rule?
Right Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
thank you very much for the opportunity you've given me.
Yeah.
Right Honorable, you've highlighted something.
Honorable
and
colleague.
we thank God
Honorable
for-
colleague, Rule 78 sub rule 4 says when you interrupt debate on a point of procedure, before anything you state the rule. So under what rule are you moving? Start with the rule, then we proceed.
I will state the rule, Right Honorable Speaker.
No,
Please
that's
allow
what
me.
it says.
Please allow me, Right Honorable Speaker. Please, thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we thank God for the vigilance of the team. And we thank God for your vigilance as the team that went for that conference. Right Honorable Speaker, for quite long, we have been here talking about our commitments to those international protocols, agreements, and the rest. Now that you've required the minister to come about that specific one, can you require the minister also to come and brief the House about the status of all others international commitments, agreements that we have signed or we've committed to, and probably it will help this House to know how we can and what we expect. Thank you very much, Reverend.
Thank you. Is Chair Foreign Affairs Committee here or vice? Because you see, a chair, we had given an assignment that all international agreements which Uganda is party to, we have some that are not yet ratified. So they need to be here so that they are ratified, or we know we are not party. Because you reach in international conferences and meetings, they say you're party, but we've not yet ratified here in Parliament.
Right Honorable, as
We
a
expected
committee,
the report, yes.
we have been able to write to the ministry and we're expecting that report
When?
as a committee.
When?
We're waiting for them to respond.
Can I have those copies here? Wednesday next week, they are laid here because the documents must first be laid here, then I refer them to your committee.
Most obliged, Right Honorable.
Okay? Honorable Songa?
On that point, Right Honorable Speaker, I know the decisions that the Council of Europe, especially the ministers, made on the various issues, but I wanted actually to come to the point that the involvement of the Foreign Affairs Committee is still limited in this House. There are many international treaties, conventions, and protocols that requires that the Committee for Foreign Affairs should really be involved. Now, related to that, the Minister for Foreign Affairs will come and make a statement here. But I would pray that sometime back we mentioned that we need as a country to review all these international protocols, conventions, and treaties so that we see the ones which are relevant for Uganda because they have subscription and cost involved. Thank you very much.
Honorable, that's extremely right. And Rule 40 sub Rule 3 of our rules of procedure is very clear that a minister at least twice a year will give the House. Honorable, you're not hearing me? I'm saying Rule 40 sub Rule 3 of our rules of procedure says that at least twice a year, a Minister of Foreign Affairs will be updating the House on the implementation of all international treaties the country has entered into, so that we know. Because you see, colleagues, when you see in other countries, parliamentary diplomacy is very critical. It supplements state diplomacy. parliaments, when we meet as parliaments, all this donor money, all this money which the Minister of Finance is always traveling, that is looking for, is approved by parliaments of that country, parliaments of those countries. So when we have that friendship, and that's why we as parliament, we value our international obligations, our international associations, because parliamentary diplomacy is very, very critical in as far as supplementing state diplomacy is concerned. So I want to see the Minister for Foreign Affairs engaging Parliament more. Major reason being, we always send MPs abroad to represent the country. And I want to appreciate you, colleagues. Whenever you go out, you are all ambassadors of Uganda. Our domestic issues, you don't bring them into international meetings. Those are issues which we can always handle. Of course, we have a few who sneak them in. But that's always expected. So I hope the Minister for Foreign Affairs, our government chief, will coordinate with him so that he comes and he updates this house. Okay. So, honorable colleagues, let's go to the honorable Chair Rigo. You wanted to give guidance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say that to agree with you, but to say that under the Constitution, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the depository for all treaties and agreements which are signed by this country. Now, the various ministries, for example, Ministry of Gender, deals with treaties to do with children, with women, like CEDAW, like CPC, and I know they go to New York to give country positions on those. There are also some under ILO, and for example, say Ministry of Agriculture would do those to do with coffee. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should be tasked to tell us which particular ministries have the particular, conventions, so that we know, because they are the depository. But it's not only them, because it falls under all ministries depending on the subject matter. But it is also annoying to see that although under the Constitution, the Attorney General is supposed to sign agreements on behalf of government, other people go ahead to do it. It's not acceptable. It's a constitutional duty that the Attorney General is the chief legal advisor of government and therefore should do that. But also sometimes the officers that go out don't do their duty. When we go out, members, to defend government, many times, depending on the subject matter, they can pick you at the airport, give you drinks when you go to your hotel, give you food and you get food poisoning and you won't even go for those meetings. Then when the signing comes up, you're not there. They can even give you money for shopping and you don't appear there. So if somebody goes and they're not patriotic enough, they'll get diverted. We have seen that happening when I was in Ministry of Justice, who were very cautious about it. You see people on delegations going and they're saying, the car that came for us at the airport, they have offered this, they have offered this. So we need to be careful.
Thank you. That's good advice to the executive. For us as parliament, we don't sign anything. So the executive, Honorable Akojo, has very good experience because of her previous position in government. But on the one of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, telling us who has what, you see, that would be micromanagement on our side. For us, we have our Minister for Foreign Affairs. Then they can go and manage themselves as the executive. The minister can always delegate any other minister, because we hope government is integrated. It does not work in silos. Okay? Colleagues, let's quickly go to point of order.
Speaker, yesterday you raised the issue of ministers appearing, and I'm happy they are here. But we know that the front row is meant for ministers. The honorable member from Busoga is sitting in squeezing ministers, and I don't know whether he has forgotten the rules of this house. And they have not seen him in the appointments committee. So is it in order to take up the minister's seats, squeezing the honorable member from Karamoja? The honorable speaker.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any members. Which member? I only see ministers on the front bench. You mean there's one without? Ah, I didn't see that. I wish I had. Yes, let's go back to item number 4.
Item 4 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance on the Uganda Communications Fees and Fines Amendment Regulations 2023, pursuant Section 93(3) of the Uganda Communications Act 2013.
Honorable Chair, ICT, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I present the report from the Committee of ICT. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Minister of Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance laid before Parliament the Uganda Communications Fees and Amendments Regulation, Statutory Instrument number 24 of 2023 on 22nd of March 2023 in accordance with Section 93(3) of Uganda Communications Act.
Colleagues, can we have order in the House? Honorable colleague, try to be as audible as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House, Mr. Speaker, the House accordingly referred these regulations to the Committee of Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance for scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, the committee acting under Rule 159F of the Rules of Procedure scrutinize the regulations and particularly examine whether the legal requirements prescribed in Section 93 of the Uganda Communications Act 2013 were complied with as far as enactment of this statutory instrument is concerned. Examine the legality, rationality, and appropriateness of the provisions contained in the statutory instrument. Mr. Speaker, the committee hereby reports under Section 6(1) of the Uganda Communications Act 2013, Uganda Communications Commission may, in the exercise of its functions, charge fees for services provided by the Commission, institute a levy on the gross annual revenue of operators, and impose a fine on a person who unlawfully possesses, installs, connects, or operates any communications equipment or apparatus, or unlawfully provides or performs any communication services, among others. Section 93(1)(2)(a) of Uganda Communications Act empowers the minister responsible for information and communication technology, after consulting with the Commission, to make regulations by statutory instrument relating to fees payable upon the grant or renewal of a license for better carrying into effect the provisions of the Uganda Communications Act. The minister is required under Section 93(3) of the Uganda Communications Commission Act to lay on table these regulations. Section 93 of the Uganda Communications Act.
Honorable colleague, just go to your analysis of the provisions of the statutory instrument. By the time it comes here, we know why it must come.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we'll go to the findings. Objectives of the Uganda Communications Fees and Fines. The objective of the Uganda Communications Fees and Amendment Regulations number 24 of 2023 were to amend the spectrum fees chargeable for bands, to provide for the formula of computation of fees for E-band and the formula for fees for the licensed portion of the 5G gigahertz band, to provide the computation of the spectrum fees chargeable for national and regional licenses. Mr. Speaker, Schedule 1 of the paragraph C of the Uganda Communications Fees Regulatory Instrument number 94 of 2019 was amended as summarized hereunder, creating two parts, one being the spectrum fees for access bands and part 2 being spectrum fees for national and regional licenses, providing that the fees are paid per annum in the column for the fees attached here, specifying pairing for the respective bands. Mr. Speaker, sir, I go
to page 6?
I go to, pardon?
Page 6, that's where your findings are. The rest is just history.
The analysis, yes.
Yeah.
So I'll go to page 6, Mr. Speaker. The regulations are number 3 of amendment, statutory instrument number 1, 94 of 20. Regulation 3 of Uganda Fees and Amendment, the regulations. Mr. Speaker, the regulations are good for the country, foster spectrum utilization that is efficient, economical, rational, and optimal. They cover the direct and indirect costs indicated with managing, regulating radio frequencies, foster well-functioning, innovative, and competitive markets,
foster achievement of national economic and social development goals, including the digital transformation program, promote the use of ICT in the entire economy and society, promote improvement of national mobile broadband coverage, and facilitate the realization of the socio-economic benefits associated with mobile broadband. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee observes that Uganda Communications Fees and Fines Amendment Regulations 2023 were issued by the Minister of ICT and National Guidance in accordance with the Uganda Communications Act and do not contravene the Constitution in any way or any other law. The regulations were made in consultation with the Uganda Communications Commission as provided for under Section 93(1) of the Uganda Communications Act 2013. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the committee finds the Uganda Communications Fees and Fees Amendment Regulations 2023 legally permissible, good and appropriate for the country. The committee recommends that these regulations are adopted by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the attached is the band, and the band category and the pricing of the band. I lay this on the table.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I read through this report. The committee didn't find any single fault with any regulation. That's why I was saying, really, if you have not found any fault, so what I will do, if any of you colleagues has an issue, this is the time to raise it, or you hold your peace forever and ever. Yes, Honorable Esther.
Mr. Speaker, just before we can approve the committee report, I beg the Ministry of ICT, it should get to the floor here to explain to the House and all Ugandans why Ugandans should continuously be deprived of accessing the Facebook up to this day, and why should we see also other government officials using Facebook through other means? Just I beg to be aided.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, you're making my work difficult. We are discussing a report. We are not discussing matters of national importance. We have a report of the committee. The debate and discussion must be limited to the report. If the committee had raised it, so please, you can raise that at any time to the minister, but not when we are debating the report. So colleagues, if you don't have any contribution on the issue, yes, Honorable Roland.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I've had the opportunity to peruse through the report, but I think the committee did not do analysis, especially when it comes to those charges, to those costs that they are recommending that the government can increase at any one time. To me, Right Honorable Speaker, what I would request the committee, maybe even in a liaison with the Minister of ICT, is to look at the chronology and the history of those costs, so that before we recommend, because there is a possibility of even a future increment. So we need to look at we need to do a proper analysis and look at the history of the costings and look at how it has been and look at the trend. We analyze the trends with a view of ensuring that Ugandans are not exploited. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda has the highest cost of internet, has the highest cost of telecom, airtime. So it baffles some of us. What is the basis? Right Honorable Speaker, for example, when you go to telecom companies, you find that you buy data, you pay 20,000, for example, and it expires. Why should data expire? If airtime, if I put airtime of 20,000 and I call, even if it is 2 months, it will be there if I'm not using it. Why should, for example, data be allowed to expire and then I have to be charged more money? So these things need to come out clearly in the report so that we, as a parliament, we come up with resolutions that protect our people. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. But Honorable colleague, you see, These are regulations. Okay. So with regulations, the debate would be, is there a missing gap? Because all you are talking about is provided for under the powers given to UCC. So what should be happening now, you would say, okay, we have received the regulations, but next is monitoring implementation of these regulations. Are they being implemented fully? Or UCC is not even, and ministry is not implementing its regulation. That's where the debate is, okay? That's where the debate is. Or it would be, there is a missing regulation, there is a gap in the regulations. That's how the debate should be. But Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We did a comparative analysis for the region while we were looking at the regulations. If you look at the East African, for example, Kenya, for the same band, charges $125,000 for the same band. That Uganda is proposing to charge 60,000, and Tanzania charges 74,600 for the same band. So actually, Uganda is much lower because we're looking at attracting more investors in the sector. So we wanted to make sure that Uganda was lower than all East African countries. So we looked at the comparative advantage for the charges on this, and Uganda is the lowest.
Honorable colleagues, I now put the question on the motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance on the Uganda Communications Fees and Fines Amendment Regulations 2023 pursuant to Section 93, subsection 3 of the Uganda Communications Act 2013. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Item 6 on the order paper. Motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider supplementary schedule number 1 for the financial year 2022-2023 pursuant to Article 156(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you. Colleagues, this motion was moved, the report was tabled, we were in debate. So let's resume with the debate. And I remember, I'll start with colleagues who had been picked yesterday. Okay. Yes, I have colleagues who were here and I had picked. I think we had gone to Honorable Achon, was Honorable Mutemburi, Honorable Batua, Honorable Ndiomujenyi, as if I gave you a chance yesterday. Okay, Honorable Ndiomujenyi. Yes, Honorable Batua was here. Honorable Koruo, Honorable Flavia, Honorable Seungu. Then I come back here, pick a few colleagues. And Martin Muzari, Honorable. Each one of us 2 minutes, that's what we are giving.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you so much for the good memory, good vision to your eyes to catch up with me today. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as you said, Honorable Speaker, yesterday, you've been in this parliament for 7 years. I too have been here for 7 years. And I want, first of all, to thank the Committee on Supplementary Report and Minority for their wonderful report. Honorable Speaker, we are aware in this country, if you see most of the schools, can you imagine, ever since the creation of the world, you believe some students are still studying under the tree up to now. And then you wonder, each year we have this money of supplementary report and you don't see the product. This is one of the things, Honorable Speaker, we should find a way of to restore this country in education. Secondly, on the health sector, you see most of the health center, they really don't have even a well-equipped of medication or the staff. In my district, Honorable Speaker, as I speak, there's some village or the villages, mothers still give birth at home where they can afford to go to the health center. So, Honorable Speaker, I would request this county or the government really to make sure they work on that. Honorable Speaker, in this country, there are some villages where they have no access of road. Even there are people who have never even seen the vehicles coming to their villages just because there are no roads, Honorable Speaker. So this is one of the things where, Honorable Speaker, we should find how to place this Thank you.
Honorable, conclude,
Oh,
because it's 2 minutes.
Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the salary for our civil servant, usually they are not paid in time. For example, the teachers, the health staff, the health workers. So I would urge you for the government, really, Honorable Speaker, to make sure they pay our civil servant in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Batua, then Honorable Mutembe.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to comment on this supplementary as the Shadow Minister of Health. First and foremost, the Ministry of Finance has programmed our brains to think that there isn't any money. There are activities that we needed to supply money with, small ones and big ones. Small ones like Karamoja sub-region, having in its regional referral hospital, 1 dental chair, yet it has 5 medical personnel, the principal dental surgeon, senior dental surgeon, the dental surgeon, the principal public health dental officer, 5 people who should actually do dental procedures using that chair. They need 5 chairs, but they have 1. So therefore that renders others absent. We asked for small items as that, and Ministry of Finance didn't have money. We asked for big items like regional blood banks for Busoga sub-region. Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance didn't have money. We appropriated 20 billions to transform Health Center 2s to Health Center 3s. They didn't have money. But for them to come with a supplementary, requiring us to give money for parking space, it really makes us question priority in government. How does government give priority? How do they arrive to priority? So basically, Right Honorable Speaker, for this particular item, I'm in support of the minority report, and I urge Ministry of Finance that the business they bring to us should be sober business. When we are discussing here, we're not discussing alone. Ugandans are watching us on TV. How do they see us really giving?
Honorable Mutembri.
No, I cannot. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the committee for their report. Mr. Speaker, for us to appreciate whether we should approve or not approve the supplementary budget, we must be guided by Article 156(2)B and Section 25(6) of DFMA. Because the tests are there, there are 3. 1, whether the particular item is unavoidable, whether it was unforeseeable, and I've forgotten the 3rd one. But when you look at the section, it's there. Now, in order for us to be in a position to allow or approve any item, then the 3 tests must be looked at. Now, when I look at 2.7 billion that has been allocated for supervision of specialized hospital at Rubowa, which has only supervision, Mr. Speaker, 2.7. I thank the committee that this was rejected and that was reasonable enough. And Mr. Speaker, when I look at what was allocated to Busole Hospital, 3.6 billion, I think it passes the test of it's unavoidable because we signed a contract with the company that is doing the work, which is ongoing, and we're supposed to have paid them by February. Up to now, we have not yet paid. That means is necessary and very urgent that this particular amount must be located. Mr. Speaker, we had an interaction with the Road Development.
Next speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Roland.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at this schedule, first of all, I would like to appreciate your comment yesterday about not just looking at the figures, but looking at the principles of budgeting. Right Honorable Speaker, I would beg you that you give me only 4 minutes.
Honorable, please. All of us here, the brain is working the same way.
Right Honorable Speaker, last year, when we were approving the loan to do what they called the electricity scale-up project, we thought by now we would have power in our areas. I don't know how many members of parliament here have had the opportunity to have some poles erected in their areas, but ever since REA was hounded into Ministry of Energy, electricity access has become a problem. And the Ministry of Energy is in fights, the PS is in fights with the minister in recruitment for this particular project. Actually, the World Bank is almost canceling that loan because of the fights in the Ministry of Energy, Right Honorable Speaker. I would suggest that we don't give any money to the Ministry of Energy until they come here and explain to us the fights on this electricity scale-up project, which is stalling because of internal fights. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, I saw a supplementary for KCCA. The roads in the KCCA, I don't know how many of you stay around this. I had some people don't stay in the city, but those who stay in the city here, the roads are impassable. There is a
Honorable Flavia. Now, honorable colleagues, you see, it becomes difficult when I start judging that some of you are cleverer than others. Yeah, no, not that that's what a member wants, but when I start weighing you and I say, no, this one speaks more sense than the other. So have more time. When we say 2 minutes, let us do 2 minutes. When it is 3 minutes, let us do 3 minutes for all of us so that we have equality. Okay? But what we can do, if an honorable colleague has done extensive research on a matter, you can reach me in my chambers and we arrange quietly. Okay, Ari, we not on a microphone. We can't arrange on a microphone. And I can even justify, I say, no, I assigned so and so to extensive research on this matter. Okay? And Honorable Roland visited me, but he didn't tell me about his research. So Honorable Flavia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a concern with adding more money, 26 billion to Uganda Police for acquisition of CCTV cameras and maintenance of that equipment. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda Police is one of the leading human rights violators in this country, according to various human rights reports. Now, first of all, they have not yet fully accounted for the very first batch of the money given to them. We have fears as the opposition that adding them money to purchase more CCTV cameras, they are going to use this money to spy on key opposition figures and our supporters. They use them to arrest some of our supporters. More so, I also have a fear that they use these cameras selectively. We lost a young lady, Rita Nabukenya, at Nakawa, knocked down by a Uganda police vehicle. There were CCTV cameras here. We requested for that footage indicating the police vehicle number. They refused to bring out the footage. They said there were no cameras there. So my biggest fear is when we add them more money, they are going to continue violating human rights of Uganda. So we shouldn't give them any money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sewungu, then Honorable Muzare.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a person who said one time that I hunted my animal. And after hunting my animal, I must enjoy it. When you look at this classified, this supplementary, someone is enjoying his animal. Honorable Speaker, the issue of classified expenditure is a white elephant. And I pray members, let us have, we beseech the president, we have a week at home and we save money for classified expenditure for 1 week and use it for your districts. This is what will come out. Second, Honorable Speaker, why do we look at UPDF senior officers separately from juniors? Senior officers here, even in parliament, still use government vehicles. They were given money for vehicles, but the privates are not catered for. The same for police. That is selective application on different leaders. Honorable Speaker, the issue of buying judges' vehicles with the cameras, I think let us give them choppers instead. Otherwise, they have lead cars, they have everything. What are these vehicles for? I'm a member of parliament. I move without security. But you are giving vehicles for this, and within a supplementary. 43 billion, Honorable Speaker, for study materials is irregular. And I said it yesterday. Teachers are not there in schools. You have refused to bring more teachers in schools, but you are procuring study materials to be used by children without teachers teaching them how to use them. Is that the type of government we are running? Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the issue of Kira Motors. Who is going to buy this vehicle? One time I saw a vehicle being taken as a Kira Motor vehicle to Chankwanzi, but was taken by a car carrier. Why could it be driven by itself, by the driver to go to Chankwanzi? This was displayed in Chankwanzi with a car carrier, yet a manufactured vehicle.
Thank you. But Honorable colleague, some of the vehicles come to Uganda by air. they would have carried themselves here. So you want some of the vehicles that carry themselves like iron sheets, which carry to people's compounds? You know. So,
thank you,
yes,
right, Honorable Speaker.
I Honorable Martin Muzari, and then Honorable Koruo. Honorable Muzari.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the minority report on the issue of the 3% legal limit. Right, Honorable Speaker, for the years I've been here, I've always seen money going to attack sugar. It is not channeled through the mainstream budgeting. It always comes through the back doors of the 3% limit. Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't know the value of this project as we speak today, because I have never seen a product from Atiak Sugar on the market. I don't know the importance and the purpose of investing money in Atiak Sugar. Right, Honorable Speaker, Busoga as a region, we only asked for $37 million for a sugar factory. The Minister of Finance promised this money. Up to today, we've not even seen any coin going to Busoga. Right, Honorable Speaker, I saw also Abu Bakr Technical Services being also allocated 26 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, many construction firms are in this business. They have not benefited from this. We don't know the basis of giving this money to Abu Bakr Technical Service. But of course, we know that Abu Bakr has been getting so many contracts, even beyond what they can afford. We didn't know who was behind this, but we now realize there is someone, there is a mafia behind this company. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think this is...
Honorable Koruo.
Thank you very much, Right, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the two reports. Directly to the point, on the issue of Atiak, to me, I would be very happy if this money was directed to the compensation of the people of Oteso, Acholi, and Lango, who lost their cows during the insurgency of what? The president has been preaching. They even opened accounts. People were validated, totally there is nothing that they have got. And for sure, there will be no information we shall even tell our people. Then two, the new administrative centers. In my constituency, there are two. To be direct and to the point, it is now me paying the rent for these administrative units. Sub-counties of Angodingod and sub-county of Angisa. I am very sure other members are facing the same problem. Why can't money be directed to this? Then lastly, because of time, I have a letter here. I can call it a notification of a teacher who was appointed, but the teachers have been coming to Kampala here to get appointment letters. They cannot seek any employment anywhere. Where can these people go now? I beg to lay this document to show that these people are suffering. They are paying a lot of money, transport costs from the village to.
No, Honorable, an appointment letter cannot be evidence of suffering. So if you lay it on table, it doesn't serve any purpose. Okay, at least that one has hope. Those ones. Now, colleagues, I allowed enough people this side yesterday. Why I started with this side, I wanted to balance. Honorable Minister for Finance. And I've seen colleagues who are not here yesterday, the ones who are, I know some who were here and are asking, like Honorable Isaac was here yesterday, I know, but colleagues, we have to do business and finish. 4 p.m. I have Prime Minister's time, and you have a lot of issues for the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, arising from the motion I moved yesterday, the following are the responses I'd like to present to the House. One, on whether 3% is still necessary, our response is yes, in order to allow for flexibility to handle the emerging requirements during the budget implementation. Number two was on whether suppression of the budget is provided for in the law. Our response is that no, this is not provided for in the law. However, it is done for purposes of managing cash budget. It normally occurs when the available resources are not sufficient to meet the priority requirements. And as a result, we distribute the available resources to meet the needs as we deem necessary. An example I would like to give here is that in this financial year, under Ministry of Defense, there was a requirement for 339 billion for salaries, which was not available, and we had to do consultations with the stakeholders, and a decision was taken to suppress the development budget with the same amount. Mr. Speaker, on reallocations are normally provided for in the law through what we call virement, where the minister is allowed to buy up 10%, and anything above 10%, we normally do so with authorization of Parliament. On the one-stop center land, the Kororo land, we are procuring the land, and we are aware that one of the titles is still encumbered. And in the process of procurement, by the time we get to final payment, we definitely cannot pay when the title still has encumbrances. And the accounting officer is properly managing this process. On delayed revoting of the monies under U-Gift and USMAID, Mr. Speaker, since the financial year close started in July, we started the process of requiring accounting officers to submit to us the monies which have not been spent in line of the two items, and we concluded receiving this information by November, and in December, to be exact, on 22nd of December, this is when we submitted our request, our supplementary to this House for consideration. And I pray that today we consider this supplementary so that the votes, the respective votes, are able to use this money. From the debate, there is a member who asked whether, considering the time remaining, whether these votes will be able to utilize the money. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are informed that some accounting officers already have pending certificates waiting for this approval so that they can be able to pay the certificates. And in other cases, the procurement process has been done and they are waiting confirmation that this money is available, and they sign with the contractors and work will be able to begin. Mr. Speaker, on NAM, Mr. Speaker, on NAM, I first of all wish to inform the House that the government of Uganda contribution to Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort for construction of a convention center in preparation for hosting the Non-Aligned Movement Conference in Uganda this year is that Uganda is scheduled to host the NAM Summit this year, 2023. However, there is no conference facility that can accommodate the over 3,000 delegates expected from the 120 member states and the 17 observer countries. Accordingly, Uganda entered a joint venture agreement with Mera Investments Limited as a feasible option for constructing and operating the convention center for hosting the Non-Aligned Movement G77 and China Summit. Honorable colleagues, we take note of Parliament's concern on the need to carry out evaluation to determine government's equity contribution in the Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort. Accordingly, we will task UDC, which is the government's investment arm, to take stock of all government's equity in the Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort and all other government ventures and provide a report to both Cabinet and Parliament. However, in order not to derail preparations for hosting of the NAM conference and the resulting diplomatic and economic benefits, this supplementary has been authorized for expenditure, and I beg for the Parliament's approval. Mr. Speaker, while considering the supplementary on NAM, the committee raised an issue on the agreement. The committee said we had not entered into an agreement, a shareholders agreement between Uganda Development Corporation as a lender and Speak Resort Convention Center Uganda Limited as a borrower. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that we have an agreement, and this agreement was entered into on 14th March 2023. I beg to lay on the table, Right Honorable Speaker.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, there was also an issue raised by the committee that we had borrowed this money without authorization by Parliament. I wish to inform the House that this is a
That
dealing.
you had lent,
Yes,
not
No.
borrowed.
that they said we had
Which money exactly?
this $17.2 million.
For Munyonyo.
Yes. I
The
wish to-
committee was saying you rent it to Munyonyo
Yes,
without authorization, not borrowing.
yes,
Yes.
that we lent this money without authorization. I wish to inform the House that this is a dealing between UDC and the Munyonyo Convention Center, and it does not require approval of Parliament.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a fact.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I
think Honorable Minister, just a minute. You need to explain this very well, because the language, when we use the language of dealing and all that, because I read the report and I called the meeting and we really discussed this issue. Colleagues, UDC is an independent company which government of Uganda holds 100% shares. What government of Uganda does is to capitalize UDC as a shareholder. Okay? Then UDC as a company has its own bylaws that allows it to borrow, that allows it to lend. When you are a company, you can, and a shareholder, you as a shareholder, you can give what we call a shareholder loan. For example, it's like the money we allocate to Uganda Development Bank. It is the same money for you, for UDC, but you cannot say anyone whom Uganda Development Bank is going to give money, you must come to Parliament here for approval, because government of Uganda owns 100% shares in Uganda Development Bank. Now, but if UDC is coming here to borrow money to go and invest, then it must be approved by Parliament. If it is coming here to borrow money to invest, for example, UDB always borrows money to go and invest via lending. It comes here for that money. Now, when you get your own money and you capitalize a company, that company is going to do business. What we need to do is ensuring, number one, Auditor General audits to know was this money used for the purpose or used where. Number two, we as a committee of COSASE, which is under Parliament, is it using it where? Has the Auditor General raised issues? And my concern, Honorable Chivumbe, touched it very well yesterday, colleagues. Colleagues, the concern Honorable Chivumbe touched yesterday was on our powers of appropriation. And really, this is where the difficult question is. You authorize someone to spend 3%. You tell him, go and spend. After you will come back to me, okay? And I will approve retrospectively. And you have not given an implication of that person spending in a way you don't like. A very good example. We have passed we have rejected some loans, some expenditure here under 3%. Have you ever called anyone to return that money? Because you legally gave away your powers to that person to go and spend. Tell me any person you were allowed to go and spend 2 trillion under 3%, and you come here, you refuse, and that person, will you say, sell your goods and return the money? But you authorized me to spend. If you didn't trust me, why did you allow me to spend? It's very, very simple. So, in short, colleagues, there is where we gave our powers to someone to go and behave in a certain manner. And I want a very good example. Where you refused, I want a good example. Where you refused to approve that money spent under 3%. What happened? Because you see, sometimes I don't want us to sit here. We make decisions, which decisions are not implementable. Why you waste our time? Honorable Ambassador, please. We shall make a statement that you rejected. What happened?
Mr. Speaker, on that one of 3%, on the 3%
My
legal limit.
proposal, Honorable Ambassador, just why I said Honorable Chivumbi touched it. The principle, we need to see a way of controlling where that money can be spent by law. But the moment you give a blank check, he spends, you give your kid money to go, you say, you go to the market, the kid goes, buys sweets, buys what? Will you come and say, you're no longer my son, you cannot inherit anything, return the money? Where does he get it? You help us on that. How can we get a solution? Chivumbi made some proposals here.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm happy that we share similar concerns. And what is that issue is that this house...
Colleagues, let's listen, and I want us to be honest on this issue.
Right Honorable Speaker and the members, our hands are tied by Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act. And Mr. Speaker, we have, yes, indeed, this 3%, the way it is being spent, it erodes the powers of appropriation of this house. And therefore, this is the right time, Mr. Speaker, to implore you and seek your indulgence that this house amends that Section 25 of the Public Finance.
Bring a proposal. Bring a proposal. Yes.
Come.
Honorable Chivumbi wanted to say something. Otherwise, the way it is, we gave our powers to someone to spend.
Chair, Right Honorable Speaker. Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, two issues. One, if this Parliament can allow me give a note without right here, in a week or two, I can table an amendment to this House to amend Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act to protect the powers of Parliament of appropriation. And I'll do the needful. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the question of Munyonyo, why we have an issue, UDC in Munyonyo, this money has not gone to UDC for Munyonyo. It has gone to a special purpose vehicle, which has been registered an entity straight away. Now, when you look at money for ATIAC, and when you look at other monies where UDC is involved, we give money straight to UDC. Then UDC can go still and invest on behalf of power.
Honorable Chivumbi, the information I want to give you, the money for Munyonyo is under UDC, vote 015, Minister of Trade.
Please, Right Honorable Chivumbi.
Yeah, you see the difference when we give money to, first of all, the money has already been dispatched. That's a fact.
The money has already been given under 3%.
Under 3%. And but you see, even the attempt here, and Honorable knows, when we give money to UDC to invest, like in ATIAC, equity sharing, elsewhere, this time there is a special purpose vehicle that has been already registered. There is a slight difference. I would not be so naive to question it. This money has been given to an investment between MERA investment and government of Uganda. Now, where you have a problem with this is that MERA is the subsidiary of Munyonyo Resort. Munyonyo Resort government of Shia is already an investor in Munyonyo Resort. And what is happening? Munyonyo Resort, within the precincts of land of Munyonyo Resort, Mera has carved out land and said it is now the one that is going to lease for this new company. That is our money. And the valuation has issues. The other issue we have is that the major report says we allow equity sharing, but refuse money for construction. That we have allowed equity, money this time goes to the construction. So you cannot have it both ways.
You either have it or
You either have it or not.
or not.
So the majority report is shy on the truth. That's why for us, information.
Let's conclude, Honorable.
Thank you so.
I need to yield back the floor to the minister.
Thank you so much, colleague, for giving me way. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I wanted to give the colleague. The Munyonyo issue with UDC has never brought any single profit to the government under UDC. And even we've never seen any dividend all these years. I happen to sit on the Committee of Trade. But even the minister who's supposed to be on that to supervise was not even aware of the transactions. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the information I want to give to my colleague is that we have a problem in Uganda. Even the committees that are supposed to supervise, like trade, sometimes we are frustrated. We made the reports not to appropriate money to attack, but money was channeled, and it is through even these ministers. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't see any reasons, much as money is going to UDC. Money, we've been appropriating money to go to this, the banana something, which comes from my district. And if it would be profitable, I would be saying we give money. But Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know if we are planning for this country that there is tomorrow, we have another generation to come, or we are eating as if we are dying tomorrow or today.
Thank you. Honorable Chivumbi, conclude.
So as I conclude, my take on Munono to this parliament is that you have a very big decision to make.
Yeah.
My take on for this parliament on Munono is that we shall need to be bold in amending the recommendation of the majority report.
Yeah.
We either reject it in total, or
we
give it in total.
Thank you.
And for me, the money should be specifically going to UDC.
I will not allow him to
The
use
money
the floor
should be
anymore.
specifically going to
No.
UDC and UDC, but my bone of contention, you are going to give money to Munyonyo, where even the Auditor General has deliberately refused to give books of accounts for auditing. And we are going to invest more money. I
Thank
beg
you.
to rest.
Thank you. Now, no, you don't access a microphone without my permission, Honorable colleague. Okay? So, please, Honorable, take your seat. Now, I want us to use the language which is very clear. You don't say, we are not going to give money to this. You have already given. Money under 3% is the problem, colleagues. And I'm not up about it. Now, the problem, the money which we still have serious control is money which is not under 3%. And then we come back as a house. We address the issue. The way Honorable Chivumbi has said it, but postmortem does not help. Postmortem does not help. I tell you, colleagues, me, I want to be as honest as possible. And this debate, what is so strange? Every financial year we have this debate. The same cries. Can we get a chua as a house this time? Okay? Honorable Musasizi, conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 3%, the regulations provide that we spend it on items which are unforeseen and unavoidable. And Mr. Speaker, I am confident and I analyzed these expenditures line by line. Whatever expenditure we considered under 3% missed the test of being unforeseen. Where it was not unforeseen, it was unavoidable.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I have 3 clarifications to make and I finish. And I beg.
Please, honorable
your
colleagues, let's
protection,
allow the
Mr.
minister to
Speaker.
make clarifications on
Mr.
issues which
Speaker,
is raised.
on Mr. Speaker.
Procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I really want to starboard disorganize a colleague. But right, Honorable Speaker, fortunately, the Honorable Minister did make a clarification that some of these issues come only when they are unexpected. You even made your case worse. Do you want to tell me, Honorable Minister, that honestly, NAM is an issue you ran over just a month, 2-3 months ago? Attack? Is that unforeseen?
Okay.
Right, hold on, I am moving just about.
Honorable,
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleague.
Right.
Please, just let's do quickly. Reason being,
okay, sir.
If I wanted to be strict, I would ask you under which rule you're submitting your point of procedure. Because that's what you should start with. But I've waived that. Conclude.
My Honorable Speaker.
Conclude, Honorable.
I actually wanted to thank you so much for guiding this house very fantastically. Thank you so much. We are being told Munyonyo issue. Those of you who are not here, Munyonyo consumed a lot of money, Chogam money. To date, if you asked me for all these years I've been here, how much money we have there, I wouldn't tell you. There are no books. We are not allowed even to look, to even see. Not even auditing. And a lot of money. Part of that, Munyonyo, supposedly belongs to you and me and other Ugandans. Is that what it is today? Right, Honorable Speaker. Right? It has been a habit of government, especially those in the front page, to stampede governments and make those deliberate mistakes like we had in Chogam. You wait for this NAM. After NAM, some of the heads will fall because of this stampeding. I think it's a high time we follow the speaker's guidance that we actually should immediately, maybe yesterday, started on the issue of amending that law. Previously, we used to have what they call a vote on account. We would go into budgeting, then 3 months after the budget day, government is allowed to spend. But remember, honorable colleagues, those days we had good people. They were good people. They were good people. We sold ourselves out. When we went, we sort of compromised and said, instead of having to stop government from doing work, let us start work directly, giving them 3%, which 3% they have misused by confusing the house. That these unforeseen issues, really, Chogam, rather NAM, attack, are those unforeseen? Is that therefore in order? Rather, is it therefore, are we moving?
Thank you, Honorable.
Are we procedurally moving properly?
Thank you.
Are we properly moving by doing that?
Thank you. Honorable,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, we are moving very well because that's why you're able to raise issues. We are moving very well. But you see, Honorable colleagues, now this goes to our accountability committees. Okay? This goes, let's listen to each other. Any company where government has shares, we have shareholders. We have their directors. As shareholders in any company, we have rights. Where you cannot give me information, I can get it via court because I'm a shareholder. Okay? They have a shareholders general annual meeting. Now, why isn't government exercising its rights of a shareholder in companies where it's holding shares? Now, if we are talking of government broadly, then we can even go to representatives of government on that board. Okay? We can go for them as individuals, because they are government officials. And we continue to give them power, we continue. Why aren't they performing their duty as required? That should be the issue. And colleagues, these are the hard questions we should start asking. You can't say that our shareholding in Munyonyo, we asked our fellow shareholder to give us information and he refused. How? Number two, if the shares are not performing, you liquidate. If the investment is bad, because this is, you see, sometimes government does business, you liquidate. Okay, you cash out, you go invest in other areas. But Honourable Minister, conclude on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to thank my elder brother, Honorable Alex, for the concerns. I wish to inform him and the House that NAM was foreseen at the time of budgeting, but the money was not provided for. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this became unavoidable in this financial year, and that is why we funded it under 3%. Mr. Speaker, the committee is declining approval of 20 billion for Chira Motors. And I wish to respond as follows. Colleagues, the budget for Chira Motors for financial year 2022-2023 is Uganda shillings 2.5 billion and not Uganda shillings 77 billion as noted by the committee. Indeed, the supplementary has only provided Uganda shillings 20 billion due to resource constraints. Furthermore, I had authorized this supplementary under 3% legal limit and already released the funds to Chira Motors. I therefore request that the House approves this supplementary and in line with the recommendation by Parliament. The Ministry will task the Auditor General to carry out comprehensive audit of the funds released Chira Motors over the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, on
colleagues, please.
I have my last.
When a member presents his or her opinion, you can't subject it to a point of order. It's my opinion. You can disagree with it. You have your own, if you feel you're misread or what, it can't be order, okay? Order is conduct in the House, not submissions on the floor. Honorable Chivumbi, have you allowed him? No.
Let me finish.
Allow. Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I beg to be allowed to finish. No.
Please, I want behavior in the House. It is a member's right to accept information or clarification. If he doesn't, you don't have a right to just say allow. Please, that's not how we run Parliament.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise ruling. Mr. Speaker, on the 274.11 billion Uganda Development Corporation for purchase of Government of Uganda shares in Achak Sugar Factory, this intervention is in line with the government's industrialization policy and commitment to balanced regional and equitable development. Honorable colleagues, there are sugar factories in the central, in the eastern, and in the western regions. However, Achak Sugar Factory is the only sugar factory in northern Uganda. The factory will support the sugarcane outgrowers as well as tap into the DRC and the South Sudan markets. Mr. Speaker, this provision was also made under the 3% legal requirement, and we beg Parliament for its respective approval. Mr. Speaker, with this submission,
Honorable colleague,
I wish
when
to
you say
invite
it
the
twice
House-
and he doesn't accept, please you take your seat.
Mr.
You don't-
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with this submission, I wish to invite the House to support the motion, and I beg that we pass it as I moved it.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, you're doing postmortem on 3%. Okay. I have asked one of you, anyone who can tell me, because we've ever rejected, I have asked one of you to tell me the implication when we rejected, what happened? Who refunded? Who did what? You can't. No. You gave away, you delegated your powers. The solution lies within what Honorable Chifumbi has said, that to ensure this does not happen next year. So yes, I can tell you if that's what you want, if that's what you want as well. So thank you very much, honorable colleagues. Please, I now put the question. Now, colleagues, we are going for the committee of supply. I now put the question that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for financial 2022-2023. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Committee of Supply.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I think some of you are shouting without understanding given what we are on. Why? You still have a chance. At the committee of supply, you can reject what you don't want. This is the committee. So in short, you're saying you don't want a committee to sit. Number two, yes, a procedure. Procedure?
Right, Honorable Speaker, we do respect your ruling, and it is common knowledge in this House that you are the custodian of the rules. Just as you ruled, Mr. Speaker, if you were keenly observant, quite a number of members on both sides of the aisle remained standing, and it required your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, to establish or ascertain the numbers, because they were even more than 40, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Colleagues, you have not approved any supplementary. That's why you're surprising me. Okay? So you can still vote yes or no. And listen, and in the voting, in your voting, you consider the two reports. Where you agree, where you disagree. Okay? At this stage, both reports are still valid. We have not voted on any. That's what we are on. No, Honorable. Okay. Honorable Cicero Gwar.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you guided properly that every year we have gone through the same challenges. And we seem to be going through it again. And it looks as if this time the House is prepared to disagree with the executive. There was a time we had to ask, the House had to ask the Minister of Finance to apologize on the floor of Parliament. And this time round, we have accepted the report without an apology. So that means from now on, the ministers will know that we have agreed to all the processes because we have agreed to adopt the report and to approve. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the members to a constitutional provision 164 subsection 2. If we approve the budget, and should it arise that the country will lose money, Right Honorable Speaker, you and the entire House and the officials and the bureaucrats involved will be required to refund the money. It is a constitutional requirement. And I want you to know, I want to read it, Right Honorable Speaker, so that when we approve, we should approve mindful of what the law requires. For me, I'm not disagreeing on the processes of budget. The government cannot do without the budget. Parliament cannot do without the budget. We have to budget. But we have to make sure that the executive who help us with the budgeting processes are doing it in accordance with the law. That is where we disagree, Right Honorable Speaker. And you know, when you look at Article 159 of the Constitution, we are definitely carrying out a process which is illegal. But we have agreed every year that let it be done, but at an appropriate time, the ministers must change. Right Honorable Speaker, can you agree with us that this will be the last year? That
clarify for me.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to read for you so that we do it.
Honorable Cecilia, just clarify for me, okay?
Any
what is
person
illegal? Okay, because colleagues, I don't want it to go on the answer that we were doing something illegal and the member cautioned us and we continued doing something which is illegal. So read for me that part which shows we are doing something illegal.
Right Honorable Speaker, Article 164, subsection 2. 164 of the Constitution, subsection 2. Can I read it? I'm not a lawyer, but I'm learning.
To read, Honorable.
Especially since the Deputy Attorney General is a lawyer. I think he will help me to catch up. Article 164, subsection 2 reads, any person holding a political or public office who directs or concur in the use of public funds contrary to existing instructions shall be accountable for any loss arising from that use and shall be required to make good the loss even if he or she has ceased to hold that office. Right Honorable Speaker, my conscience tells me that if I approve what the Committee of Budget and also agreed by the Minority Report, if we agree on the approval of the budget or the money required, I shall be held responsible for the loss of money. And the people of Dokolo will hold me responsible because they are innocent. They have sent me to legislate on their behalf. So I want to put this clear to the House. And Right Honorable Speaker, you have a team of lawyers. Let Parliament be cleared of this. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sirogwar. I just want to give you comfort. Section 25 of the PFMA. 1, the total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is approved Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. 2, where funds are expended under subsection 1, supplementary estimates showing the sums spent shall be laid before Parliament within 4 months after the money is spent. Okay? So what is very clear, Honorable Minister, the expenditure, please.
Right
Please,
Honorable Speaker, I
Honorable
thought
Cicero Gwari,
I-
don't access microphone. You can ask for it, I'll give it. Now, this is the role you made. First wait, this is the role you made. This is the role you made to operationalize Article 156 of the Constitution. And that's why I was telling you, honorable colleagues, that you cannot blame a minister, you blame yourselves who made the role. Okay? Honorable Kirov. Honorable Kirov, you want to say something?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I want to certainly agree with the interpretation which has been given by the Speaker. We are caught at crossroads. Just listen to me. We are caught at a crossroads. We have an act of parliament that clearly has given us the provisions of the law. 3%, we shut ourselves down. It even gives you the leeway to go and spend. What we are doing here is now post-mortem. It's duty bound upon us. Listen, it's duty bound upon us. This is an error. Actually, we are sitting here, money has been spent and it has been authorized by the law. Thank you.
He has allowed information. Hold on. I needed to allow Honorable Kwizera. Honorable Kwizera.
Mr. Chairperson, I want to seek the principle I am seeking.
Oh, the Honorable is holding the floor.
Is whereby the honorable member from Dokoro has made the
The
reference.
member is holding the floor.
Has made the reference to
No.
articles of the Constitution. And the Constitution is supreme. You are a chairperson, you are making a reference to the act of Parliament. I would suggest that the Attorney General comes in to interpret. Otherwise, we think we are doing something wrong because you are reading the article of Parliament, the member has raised illegality of in the Constitution. I would think so.
Honorable colleague. Honorable colleagues, just order. Let's listen to one another. I will allow you to speak. Honorable colleague, a constitution is operationalized by statutes of Parliament. Otherwise, we can throw away all laws. That is why, if you have any issue with the statute conflicting with the Constitution, you can go and you challenge it and it will be struck off. But as long as it is not yet challenged, it is standing and it will be implemented. Attorney General, I need you. Attorney General, I need you.
Procedure, right, Honorable Speaker.
Attorney General.
Procedure, right, Honorable Speaker. Under one rule, one.
Attorney General, Doug.
Under Rule 101 procedure. Under Rule 101.
Pass. Now, honorable colleagues, Honorable colleague, just let me tell you what's here. Honorable colleague, just a bit. I have an issue with the I have an issue with the Attorney General here. Colleagues, I want to give a chance to the Attorney General. Now, but I want to remind you, colleagues, when a matter is a matter of procedure, it is the speaker. It is the speaker who gives the response. Where a speaker feels he needs help of the Attorney General or any other person, I call on him. Now, my brother Doug, it's not that I'm stopping you to speak. No, because these are straightforward matters where as a speaker I have to give a ruling. Okay? And don't take it in bad faith, my brother. But colleagues, Doug wanted to say something. He wanted to supplement me. Let me give him an opportunity. He supplements me. Yes, yeah. Because
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The reason I wanted to speak.
colleagues around the Attorney General had
Mama Cecilia has given the impression that by Parliament doing its job, that we are creating an illegality. She has given an impression and cited Article 164(2) that if we pass and approve this appropriation, we shall be held accountable. That's what she said. Now, allow me state this.
Please
allow me to say this. The article herein, the article referred to, refers to other members that hold public office. Members of Parliament, their role is to appropriate. And appropriation means approving expenditure like we are doing. Now, any other person that authorizes expenditure outside the rules set by this Parliament is the one Article 164(2) is referring to. I'm begging you kindly read that article and confirm for yourselves.
So, colleagues, I have spoken. I have clarification.
Right, Honourable
colleagues,
Speaker.
I have spoken to the leadership on both sides. I'm going to suspend the House for 15 minutes so that they talk to each other after they come and update us, okay? House suspended, leadership of both sides and the chair, they talk. Thank you. Thank you. Now, colleagues, let me tell you this, okay? Let me tell you this. It will be a mistake. It will be a mistake. I have been guided. I've not yet suspended. I want for a procedure, clear procedure, I'm sorry. But it will be a mistake for any side to celebrate against the other. And yet this is a bipartisan matter, okay? So what we are going to do, I'll first resume my seat and then I suspend the House, okay? Can the minister move?
Motion for the House to resume.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too.
Is the motion seconded? Those in favor say aye and those against say aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, we haven't done any work at committee stage, so there is nothing to report. I have consulted leaders on both sides. We've agreed, and the Dean of Independence, indeed, I should join them. So the leadership, please, the leadership on both sides, and Chief Whip, you know the team you want to go with. Rope, you know the team you want to go with. I'm going to give you my own launch so that you can be able to meet. In 20 minutes, you should have maximum 20 minutes. We shall resume. House suspended for 20 minutes. So, colleagues, yes, the House has resumed because we've done more than 20 minutes. If they have agreed, the better. If they have not, they come and me, I do my role of a referee. Okay? Yeah. So I don't, okay? Because I've tried my level best really to. So, Honorable Peter Gwanga, can you help me? Honorable Peter Gwang. Honorable Gwang, can you help me to check, to call the mean? Otherwise, we might move without, you know. Colleagues, when the conclave is going on, always hope for white smoke. But it seems some of you want the black smoke. Yeah. No, if they haven't reached an agreement, let them come. They can't hold us here. Or we can have that item for another. Honorable Court, whip them. Hey. Colleague, the House is going on. the House is going on. Honorable Mbwa, without referring to, do you want to say anything? But without referring to what we are expecting as, you know, yeah, as youth.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me way. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising under Rule 101B of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. No, whether they are old, he can cite and see if I'm wrong. And I read. Okay. The Speaker has announced the results of the voice voting, and immediately 40 or more members stand in their places, signifying their disapproval of the outcome of the vote. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm referring to before you became a chair, where more than 40 members stood up disproving that the voice voting was not actually the right one. Maybe the polite word, I don't know the word I can use. So it was not representing our voices. So, Right Honorable Speaker, in that regard, using your guidance and discretion, you would read and see what follows, because most of us who are not contented with the ruling. Thank you.
Honorable Mbwa, let me just help you. When you want to challenge a decision of the Speaker, you refer to Rule 87, not to Rule 101. Let's get a report. Kindly read the rules properly. Don't teach the Speaker rules.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I chaired the meeting involving the side of government and opposition, and we all agreed, and independents, and we all agreed that what we are handling needs some more time. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we all agree that this country is for all of us. And therefore, we request you, Right Honorable Speaker, that you give us time. Tuesday next week, we shall have. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Chivumbi.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I know the Prime Minister, I agree with the overall discussion, but honorable colleagues need to know a little 1-2 sentences where we have really, why we are asking for an adjustment. Our side thinks, and for us, no side, because this is a popular bipartisan line on this matter. There is no division between opposition, independence, and colors don't work here. It's about public purse and public money and service delivery. We have requested government to try and separate the two issues, the 3% and the one that requires prior approval. All the contentious issues are in 3%. And that one can stay for some time and Parliament satisfies itself.
But Honorable Chivumbi, please, just a little. Now, Honorable, you're giving the views you expressed. No, Prime Minister, please. Prime Minister, please. Please. No, Right Honorable Prime Minister, please. Please. Now, Honorable Chivumbi, what you're doing, colleagues, let's listen. Honorable Chivumbi, what you're doing is your proposals, which this side has not agreed upon. And that's why you need more time, okay? That's why you need more time. Either they can buy your proposal or not. So I think really a summary, what is most important is you have both agreed you need more time. And let us give you more time, okay? And when you're ready.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. When you're ready, no, I will consult with both of you. When you're ready is when I will return this item on the order paper. Okay? Crack, next item. And I request you go back, each side go back and consult your members on this. Crack, next item.
Item 7 on the order paper.
No, I can.
Statement by the Right Honorable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week of 11th to 13th April 2023, pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure that requires me to present to this House business for next week. 1, the Foreign Exchange Amendment Bill 2022. And 2, the Occupational Safety and Health Amendment Bill. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Next item.
Item 8 on the order paper, Prime Minister's time, pursuant to Rule 41 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Honorable Kamugo Pamela Nasio, Budaka District. She says that there was a eviction of farmers from wetlands in the country. For instance, Wukedi, Namatara wetlands, which is a source of livelihood of their people. Our prayer is that may I update this House on how government
is to handle evictions on a case-by-case basis, to introduce alternative activity as the source of income and compensate farmers before eviction. Honorable Speaker, my response is that in respect to the management of wetlands in Bukedi, Busoga, and Kigezi sub-regions, a technical paper was prepared under the coordination of the Office of the President with support from a technical team composed of officials from the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Solicitor General, Ministry of Lands, and the National Environment Management Authority to provide guidance on the issues of wetlands ownership in 3 regions. The paper provides one for guidance on the eligibility of compensation, it highlights the need to promote only regulated activities in the wetlands, and also the promotion of economically viable livelihood options like skilling of our youth, men and women, and also the vulnerable people for sustainable livelihoods. The paper was presented to the subcommittee of cabinet involving members of cabinet, those are ministers, for approval. And we are going to present it to cabinet for further guidance. Honorable Speaker, interventions have also been made to address the issue of alternatives to crop farming in wetland areas. And these are being promoted in eastern and southwestern regions of Uganda. Specific actions for promotion of alternative livelihoods have been promoted in the Bukedi sub-region, in the districts of Palisa, along Olimoto, and Papayo wetlands, and Chibuku, along Sara wetland. The interventions include the following. 1, mini irrigation for high value crops such as tomatoes, onions, cabbages, watermelons in catchment areas near, not in the wetland, near the wetlands. Fish farming along wetland edges, providing of a livelihood or livestock like turkeys, goats, heifers, pigs to households that have voluntarily left the wetlands based on the household's preferences. Number 4, promotion of soil and water conservation practices to rehabilitate degraded catchment areas. Number 5, improving skills for promoting different income generating activities such as carpentry and tailoring. And this has been done for 2,000 youth, men and women, and vulnerable people. Honorable Speaker, restoration of wetlands will increase water storage and its availability to communities through micro and mini irrigation, adding of necessary nutrients to the soils, increase productivity, and enterprises that add monetary value and livelihoods to the communities. And this will reduce the pressure to encroach on wetlands. The Honorable Leader of Opposition, Right Honorable Masias Impoga in Samba. On February 8th, he says that on February 8th, 2023, NEMA instituted express penalties in respect to various environmental breaches regarding or ranging between Uganda shillings 3 million and Uganda shillings 100 million. The fines are not only unrealistic, but also unequitable, and therefore should be clarified at least for the benefit of the Ugandans. His prayer is that while we take cognizance of the negative impact of improper waste management of ecosystem, we need to observe that the express penalty scheme was drafted in haste. Parliament should be briefed on what informed the figures in the fines in order for the members of Parliament to explain the fines to their electorates. Honorable Speaker, my response is that I would like to first of all express gratitude to my brother, the leader of opposition, for this is his first question to ask him. In the same vein, I would like to thank the leader of opposition for confirming that the opposition agrees with the government that there is an urgent need to address waste disposal in Uganda. I would like also to clarify that these funds or these fines were not newly drafted nor legislated by the executive as secondary or subsidiary legislation. These fines are derived directly from the provisions of the existing laws promulgated by this August House. Section 172(1) of the National Environment Act number 5, 2019 provides that where the authority, an authorized officer or environmental inspector has reasonable belief that a person has contravened the provisions of the National Environment Act, the authority or authorized officer or environmental inspector may impose an administrative fine and serve a notice to that person. Section 172(2) of the said act provides that NEMA may require the person served with a notice under subsection 1 to pay the administrative fine within a time prescribed in the notice. Honorable Speaker, the notice shall therefore specify the date and the nature of the alleged contravention, contain a summary of the facts which the authority or authorized officer alleges, be endorsed with a statement setting out the provisions of the law contravened, specify the penalty payable, and state the bank details of the bank account of the authority in which the payment is to be made. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, from the above provisions in the law, it follows that a fine can only be levied for a committed offense in the law. As such, the figures publicized or published by NEMA as a maximum chargeable fines for environmental breaches are actually derived from the National Environmental Act of 2019. And since they are administrative fines, they are in all cases below the maximum stated in the law, and in most cases as low as 50% of the maximum prescribed in the act. That, Honorable Speaker, the fines are voluntary and are meant to avoid congesting judicial systems with the prosecutions of common offenses, and indeed congesting our prisons. However, Right Honorable Speaker, should the person who has committed the offense prefer not to pay the fine, they are free to choose the option of being prosecuted for the offense committed, which would in any case result in higher penalties, including financial and custodial sentences. It should be noted that these fines are not a license for breach of environment. They are a penalty for the offense committed and are charged in addition to other orders, including restoration of the damaged environment. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I have highlighted below a detailed example of the common offenses and the fines under the NEMA Act of 2019. Right Honorable Speaker, I think members will read for themselves. Right Honorable Speaker, the administrative fines prescribed are within the law, and the figures prescribed are maximum fines. The actual fines, as is required by the law, shall be issued taking into account gravity and circumstances of the actual offense committed, but in any case, the fine must be aimed at deterring future non-compliance, eliminating any financial gain or benefit from non-compliance, ensuring proportionality to the nature of the offense and the harm caused. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I call upon honorable members to support NEMA and the government, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment, to ensure that the administrative fine scheme for the environment breaches is implemented successfully. The scheme is one of the innovative tools to deter environmental degradation under the polluter pays principle. Question number 3, the Honorable Samuel Opio, Member of Parliament, Kore North, is saying that more than 16 villages in Erute and Kore North have been negatively affected by the stone quarry work activities at Alel Lock in Lira Kore border. More than 30 buildings developed cracks because of the bursts from the quarry. The community water points were contaminated, and the project affected persons are not compensated. And NEMA has failed to carry out environmental audit investigations. His prayer is that the Ministry for Water and Environment should visit the affected areas and take the necessary action and update the House. The Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on 18th January 2023, I mean this year, environmental inspectors from the National Environmental Management Authority, Lira District Local Government Members of Parliament, Lira, and a representative for MP Kore North undertook a field inspection of the said stone quarry, crusher plant, site, and operations. Some non-compliances were observed at the facility. These were in breach of the National Environmental Act number 5 of 2019 and the certificate conditions of approval number NEMA Asia 15449 issued to the developer for operating a stone quarry and a crusher in Achanakpo village, Arao Paris, Aguru sub-county in Lira district. NEMA consequently issued a stop notice to the developer requiring them to stop all the operations with immediate effect until all the non-compliances were fully addressed and a clearance given by the ministry and the authority to resume operations. Number 4, the Honorable Sendaula Christine Bukenya, the woman MP, she's not Chivoga, woman MP Chankwanzi. Here they have written Chivoga. I don't want them to fight with her sister. On 21st, she's saying that on 21st January this year, there was an invasion by a staff of National Forest Authority in Chamutete, Chankwanzi district that left one Bosco Kasonko dead and the plantations destroyed. Her prayer is currently update the country on the presidential directive to evict people from national reserves. I think national forest reserves. My response, Right Honorable Speaker, the incidents raised by the Honorable Sendaula Christine happened in Itara Central Forest Reserve in the village of Chamutete, Chankwanzi district. The boundaries of the forest reserve were recently reopened and marked with concrete pillars with the involvement of the district authorities and leadership and the neighboring community. During the process of boundary opening, it was noticed that some members of the community had encroached on the forest land and therefore were doing cultivation of crops. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, efforts were made to sensitize these encroachers not to open more land or plant crops on the onset of the rain season. The community were given a grace period of 6 months to harvest their crops and vacate the forest reserve. Some of them complied and voluntarily vacated the forest reserve, while those who refused to vacate the forest reserve are the ones causing trouble, forest managers. That Honorable Speaker, in order to facilitate quick restoration of the forest, NFA licensed private sector farmers to plant trees in parts of Tara Central Forest Reserve. The tree farmers embarked on the land preparation of this season's planting, and continued with the nurturing of the trees planted in the last season. Unfortunately, the private tree farmers have met resistance in some areas where encroachers stop them from planting trees, especially where they have planted. The encroachers have uprooted all the planted trees. This has led to scuffles between the community members and the workers employed by the tree farmers to tend for their plantations. 4 cases of assault and malicious damage of properties have been reported to Ntwetwe Police Post by the private tree farmers, and some suspects were arrested. And police continue to investigate these cases. On the alleged death of one Bosco Kasonko by gunshot, NFA staff, That Honorable Speaker, are not armed and hence could not have killed Bosco with a gunshot. This death is being investigated by police, and once investigations are complete, the perpetrators will be brought to book. That Honorable Speaker, the encroachers have since filed a suit against 2 NFA staff, and the court has granted a temporary injunction stopping NFA from carrying out any activity in the parts of the forest reserve in Chamutete village, Kitwara Parish, in Ntwetwe Town Council. This has led to a wanton destruction of over 50 acres. That's 120. That is over 120. This is 50 hectares. That's over 120 acres of the planted trees. Since 2015, Right Honorable Speaker, the country has witnessed an increase in the forest cover from 10%, that is 2,119,309 hectares, to 13%, that is 2,707,266 hectares in 2019. This, Right Honorable Speaker, is attributed mainly to increased forest cover in government-owned protected areas due to presidential directives, improved management, natural regeneration, and the commercial plantation established in central forest reserves by NFA and private sector. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we should continue supporting efforts aimed at consolidating the increase in the forest cover and resist temptations to frustrate sustainable forest management activities such as boundary opening and marking. Right Honorable Speaker, as the country cripples.
Yes, Honorable, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable colleagues, read Rule 41. When a Prime Minister is giving, during Prime Minister's time, only the leader of opposition has the right of response. You cannot give information and not seek clarification and anything. Those are your rules, colleagues. So please, Right Honorable Prime Minister, resume. So let's listen to her. She completes, then we open
Right
up.
Honorable Speaker, I'm about to conclude. As the country cripples with the impact of climate change, continuous afforestation programs and smart agriculture practices are preferred options to mitigate these impacts. I therefore call upon all of you, honorable colleagues, to support the Ministry of Water and Environment and the NFA efforts to restore these forests. Honorable Joke Andrew Oranya, Member of Parliament of Moro. That Moroto Road, that is Guru Opit, Lachkoko, that one, Lachkoko, okay. That Moroto Road, that is Guru Opiti, Lachkoko, Patongo, Abim, Moroto. That is the backbone of Moroto district and many other districts in Acholi, Lango, and Karamoja sub-region, and is currently not non-motorable. His prayer that what our government's plan to, 1, maintain Moroto Road, then 2, government plans to upgrade Moroto Road to acceptable standards as envisaged in the NRM manifesto. My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the Guru Opit Achkoko Patongo Abim Moroto is a national road under the management of UNRA. And the road is currently under maintenance. Although the road was not listed in the National Development Plan 3, it is a priority road as stated by His Excellency the President in his pledges. As such, the road has been identified for development. Design for the upgrading of this road is scheduled to commence in the year, in the financial year 2023-2024. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I wish to inform honorable members that the Guru Opit Lachkoko Patongo Abim Moroto Road is a priority road, and it is in the plan of government to upgrade it to acceptable standards. Honorable Macho Geoffrey, Busia Municipality. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is saying regular road shading which has adversely
affected service delivery in Busia municipality. His prayer is what are the necessary measures that government is undertaking to ensure a consistent power supply in Busia Municipal Council. That Honorable Speaker, in July last year, Umeme Limited commenced a refurbishment works on the Busia 33 kV feeder, which feeds both Busia municipality and the Samiavugwe Central to improve the performance of the feeder. The scope of works includes poles replacement, conductor upgrades, installation of line switches and isolation devices, as well as reinstallation and fitting of the transformers. All this is done to enable hostages. As we do this, hostages were planned and communicated to happen 3 times in a week from 8 a.m. to 5 a.m. to have works completed over the shortest period of practical time. The works were completed in January, Right Honorable Speaker, 2023, this year, and the power supply is now normal in Busia. Honorable Nyakato Asnas, Hoima City, not Hoima District, this is Hoima City, the district woman representative. That regular load shedding, which has adversely affected service delivery in Hoima City. Her prayer is that what are the necessary measures that the government is undertaking to ensure consistent power supply in Hoima City. Honorable Speaker, my response is that Hoima City, a feeder fault analysis has been undertaken that showed 2 faults on Hoima town 11 kV line that caused electricity blackout lasting for a combined 1.5 hours. One was due to a broken jumper or wire, and the other was a brief variation in electricity voltage caused by 3 branches of trees touching the wire. However, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, power supply has been restored and the people of Hoima are enjoying the power supply constantly. Teddy Numbers and PG. She's like unpleasant working conditions and low pay, that is poor welfare of journalists in Uganda. Our prayer is, can the government inform the House about the strategies they have in place to improve the working conditions and salary, wages of journalists in Uganda? Honorable Speaker, my response is that I wish to acknowledge the concerns raised by the honorable member regarding the conditions under which our media personnel work. Indeed, government is equally concerned that most members of the fourth estate, who play a critical role in informing, educating, and entertaining the public, continue to work in unpleasant conditions. As members are aware, the regulation of journalists in Uganda is partly through the Press and the Journalist Act, Cap 105, while issues of remuneration for all Ugandans are under the Employment Act 2006. Under the current legal framework, neither government nor the regulators, namely Uganda Media Council and Uganda Communications Commission, UCC, can legally force media owners to give journalists a specified amount of salary.
Journalists, like other workers in the country, independently negotiate with their employers to ensure that they are paid reasonable salaries to support their well-being. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Press and Journalists Act, Cap 105, under Part 6, empowers the Media Council to regulate media practice through regulation of journalists and issuance of practicing certificates, among other interventions. Section 8 of the same act further mandates the Uganda Media Council to exercise disciplinary control over the media, arbitrate disputes between the public and the media for public viewing. In that regard, the Council developed a media regulation strategy in 2016 to place all media practices and practitioners under effective control of the law. Through that strategy, government would know the quality and quantity of players in the sector, including issues of welfare of journalists and how to address them. However, in 2020, the Editors Guild and another filed a miscellaneous application against the Attorney General in the High Court, which nullified the Media Council's registration of journalists, save for the registration of editors under Section 5 of the Press and Journalist Act. As a result, the government could not address these issues conclusively. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I would inform the House that on 16th March 2022, media players from both state and non-state media signed a memorandum of understanding to establish Uganda Media Sector Working Group. The objectives of the working group include enhancing the credibility and integrity of the media through promotion of compliance with ESCO standards. It will also provide a platform for discussions on mutual relations among media stakeholders for development of the media industry in the country. Under these frameworks, various issues, including journalists' remuneration, should be addressed. However, as noted earlier, Section 25 of the Employment Act 2006 provides that a contract of service may either be oral or in writing, but does not impose any statutory obligation on employers to pay employees specific sums of money. This legal loophole is partly the source of the challenges being faced by the media employees and other employees in the government. I'm aware that UCC has taken this seriously and has often engaged media owners through their umbrella associations, the National Association of Broadcasters and the Rural Broadcasters Association, to improve the welfare of their employees. However, under the current legal regime, they all know that the regulator cannot legally force operations to address management issues like salaries. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is important to note that the broadcasting industry is facing revenue and financial difficulties due to challenges or changes in the advertising space. With the popularity of the new media and technology development, advertisers are increasingly using other platforms such as social media. This, unfortunately, coincided with tough economic conditions caused by COVID-19 pandemic and other global events. This has caused significant sustainability challenges to media houses, which depend largely on advertising revenues. Indeed, some have since closed or sold off their businesses. The good news is that Parliament is currently processing the Employment Amendment Bill number 31 of the 2022, which I believe can be improved to impose specific obligations on the employers, including media owners, to improve their employees' welfare. Honorable Speaker, lastly, I appeal to you to pay keen interest in the process of amending the Employment Act, such that together as Parliament, we can improve the law to address all concerns surrounding employment. This will arm government and regulators like UCC to effectively hold media owners accountable with respect to their staff welfare. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Quickly, colleagues, I will start with colleagues who registered their matters of national importance with me because I had promised them. So, and I will read your name, don't mind. Okay? So I'll start with Honorable Samba, followed by Honorable Nakut Faith.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, in the previous session, we sat here as Parliament and we requested the government to support the coffee farmers with the seedlings, and the Minister of Finance was here and he promised that they are going to give the nursery operators opportunity to supply the coffee. Nursery operators supplied the coffee that time. But up to now, only 255 millions have been given to UCDA for coffee seedlings. Right Honorable Speaker, you know how
Honorable, you know, we use 1 minute for this question. Very
yes.
sharp.
Yeah, right.
Then we give others a chance. Sharp.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Prime Minister, you know how important coffee is. I want to ask you, is government ready to support coffee farmers this season because the rains are already underway? Then two, is government ready to pay the nursery operators that supplies the coffee?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, you said 1 minute. We do sharp questions with sharp answers. The way we've been doing it, then we accommodate many.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you will agree with me that this House racialized the government and said that we needed to help our farmers. Since PDM money was not forthcoming then, because remember our policy is that our farmers will use the PDM money. Now, I remember informing you, honorable members, that I will inform the government. I informed the president, who agreed with our proposal, but gave a condition that we shall pay these farmers or these nursery operators in 2 financial years. This financial year that is currently on, and next financial year. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't think government has breached the agreement in any way.
Thank you. No, on this matter, they don't. The rules don't allow. Yeah.
The other question you asked is that is government going to buy this financial year? Now that PDM money has started trickling to farmers, we request that they use that money to buy coffee seedlings.
Thank you. Honorable Nakut Faith.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the matter is about the boys, the 21 boys who were released from Gulu Remand Home last week and are starved, and they were released and they are now in Kotido being taken care of by Church of Uganda L Center 3 in Kotido. One of the boys died and was buried. They were starved in a remand home. The question is, what are you going to do to restore, to help that Kochita Health Center too, to restore those boys? Secondly, on the family that lost their dear one because they was deliberately stabbed, are you going to do something to compensate or to comfort the family? Thirdly, the remand homes in Uganda are many. I am aware they have no resources to take care of the children who are the juveniles. What are you going to do about it?
Thank you, Right Honorable. These are the same boys we are talking about today morning.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, unfortunately today I've been so busy. You are aware we had the commission meeting. Today morning is when I presented my statement to the committee of the Presidential Affairs Committee, and now I'm here. I want to promise colleagues that we shall investigate and come back here and tell you what went wrong.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this indeed, I'm happy with that. If you could give us a comprehensive answer on Thursday. On Thursday as part of HELP.
The health center tools, I will instruct the Ministry of Health to make sure that those health center tools are upgraded to health center cities, because that's the policy.
Honorable Karim Masaba.
Thank you very much.
No, please, you see, colleagues, we capture, okay? The read of government business has staff here. They capture all these issues very well, okay? So on Thursday, it's part of the answer. She will give it captured on the answer. Honorable Karim Masaba.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, you don't need to rob me. I will start with those ones whom I recorded. Some who have never smiled at me now are smiling. You know, so this is the only time I have of now another one is robbing again even after. Fadil, what's wrong? Please, Honorable Masaba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine was initially a matter of national importance in regards to the new evaluation roles and the property rates that are being charged right now in Mbale City. And I got a petition from the Mbale taxable property owners regarding the evaluation report, which was submitted to the Ministry of Local Government for endorsement and enforcement in regards to collection of property tax in Mbale City. And right now, the new rate that has been set and people are not okay with it is the 8%, which they believe is quite high. That's why they petitioned me, given that Kampala, which we take as the capital city, is charging 6%. So increasing people from 2% to 8%, they believe it's quite abnormal.
Question.
And I have prayers, and my prayers are that the Ministry of Local Government.
Thank you.
The Ministry of Government intervenes and they stop the implementation of the new evaluation rules and let them stop closing people's properties. Because
colleagues, we use 1 minute.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That Honorable Speaker, he has answered, because my response was like, as you can see, that different cities, when they came into being, they have also done their own evaluations. So we shall see how best to harmonize with the Ministry of Local Government.
Thank you.
That's the reason for the variation.
Thank you. Prime Minister, you can sit near so that all you want to be doing more exercise. Mpindi Bumari, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on 25th of October 2022, Salama School for the Blind was put on fire and 12 children with visual impairment died. But up to now, the report has not come out. And the first lady lobbied the MTN to construct the dormitory. And today, while they were doing the groundbreaking, the RDC of Mukono wanted even to arrest the CEO of MTN. That lady called the Fatuma Ndibasa wanted to arrest the CEO of MTN for doing the groundbreaking to construct the dormitory which was burnt. I want to know from the minister, the Prime Minister, when the report is coming out. Two, Right Honorable Speaker.
It's always one question. We do quickly. No, Honorable colleague. Right? Colleagues. Now, let me tell you this. You have the whole of this house. Some of you, when we move out, you start accusing me. What did I do to you, Right Honorable? And yet you're the one who's telling me I give more time. Where do I buy time? So 1 minute so that I give each one of you an opportunity. Right Honorable Prime Minister?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Ministry of Internal Affairs is hereby directed to go to Mukono, and the RDC is equally directed through the Ministry for Presidency to allow this Samaritan to do the needful and help our people.
Honorable Chiru Pascal?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my matter is 1 week ago, Dodell Primary School has been attacked by disaster, and heavy wind came and blew off the roof. As we're speaking, Right Honorable Speaker, our pupils are learning in a very unconducive learning environment. My prayer is the Office of the Prime Minister, through the Minister of Disaster Preparedness, should immediately attend to this by providing the roofing materials and ensuring that the school is rehabilitated. I thank you, Right Honorable
Right
Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister?
Right Honorable Speaker, we still have some iron sheets. Under different dockets. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry for Disaster Preparedness still has 1,408 iron sheets. So I'm directing the minister in charge to give you iron sheets and also support to make sure that that school is built.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, we are in Prime Minister's time. This is not matters of national importance. So that's why I don't call on ministers. It's the Prime Minister's rules. Okay, that's number one. Number two, frame your prayers into questions. Say, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I have this disaster. When are you coming? What are you doing about it? Very quick. Honorable Baran Mayanja.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Prime Minister, in Nakaseke district, almost 800 government employed scientists have not been paid their salaries for February and March. Why did the Ministry for Finance send wage funds to Nakaseke district with a shortfall of 2.6 billion?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is true because I have a sister who works in Nakaseke Hospital. She told me, and I also called the cow, and I told her and advised her to write to the ministry, and the minister is here, my senior brother. Please come and explain why you are not paying the scientists of Nakaseke.
You're giving him an answer now.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate, yes, our good workers of Nakaseke have not been paid. But you recall, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that when we were concluding the budget, there was a shortfall, and the finance promised us that this shortfall would actually be covered. However, it has taken a bit of time to cover this shortfall. It's causing this kind of anguish to the workers. We had some interaction with the Minister of Finance, and he gave me comfort that when they write, they'll do what it takes to make sure that this shortfall is covered and our workers are paid.
Thank you. Honorable Flavia Ravoro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the people of Chegegwa have waited for long on a government assurance to do work on their road from Kasvo through Chegegwa to Muzizi, the oil road. We have waited for 10 years and government has kept assuring us. Can I know, because the people of Chegegwa are on TV right now, can you assure them when that road will be done?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Kazo Bulemba up to Apuyo and up to Muzizi, that road is a priority road. And the president gave a directive. I want to assure the people of Chegegwa that that road, who are watching her and me, that road will be upgraded to meet bitumen. You are the people who appropriate. So the moment you give us funds, we work on that road.
Honorable Fadir.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on last year, June, the President visited Sebei and met the members of Parliament from Bugisu and Sebei. The issue of boundary was raised, boundary between Sebei and Bugisu. The President promised to send a Prime Minister, so I want to ask the Prime Minister, how far have you gone with that?
Okay. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, he's aware I've been in Sebei, he's aware I've been in Imbale, and we are doing all it takes with the Ministry of Lands, the Ministry of Local Government, to make sure that this is done. But we want to do due diligence so that we don't harm any sides.
Thank you. Honorable Cecile Gwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I would like to find out whether you are aware that cotton industry is going down. And as I talk now, the few indigenous genus in Uganda, not only northern Uganda, in Uganda are stuck with bales and bales of lint which they cannot export. I would like to know whether you are also considering this indigenous genus with the kind of bailout that are given to other industrialists in and around Uganda. We know, I don't know whether it's being done selectively, but I thought as a villager who has been educated by the growing of cotton, and I know that cotton is very important to this economy, are you considering helping this because of the bad price?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, cotton is one of our products in this country that help us in the economy. And you are aware that our farmers, the small scale farmers, were advised to do otherwise. So we only have now big farmers. I want to request my sister that I will cause a meeting where I will invite you
with Uganda, Cofton Development Authority, so we can look for solutions together as government and you.
Honorable Ephraim Biraro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Boheju is an area endowed with minerals, especially gold. And unfortunately, the vehicles, the machinery deployed to mine gold destroys the very poor existing roads on the ground. My prayers, can government go on the ground, assess the situation with a view to expeditiously work on these roads, and also think of sharing the revenues from the minerals to with the district to make roads always so that they're in motorable situation. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Colleagues, can I request you stop writing to me to pick you? Yeah, please. I told you I have been suspending many issues of national importance for colleagues. I must first exhaust that list because I told them, please, I will first handle your list. Please. The rebate came to my office. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, since when I became Prime Minister, I've been to Boheju 4 times. I want to give a scenario that one day it rained and all the roads got blocked. We suffered. So I came back and wrote to the president. The president, in his wisdom and powers, has directed the Ministry of Works prioritize roads in Boheju. And I want to assure my brother that your roads are on a priority line and they're going to be worked on next financial year.
Honorable Kibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Mulago National Referral Hospital has not had water for more than 3 months. Right Honorable Prime Minister, lifts in Mulago are not working. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the CT scan in Mulago is down. They refer patients to private units. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the MRI in Mulago is down. We need to know from you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, has government surrendered Mulago and decided to promote private institutions? Which plans do you have for Mulago Referral Hospital?
So the whole of Mulago is down.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Mulago Hospital benefited from renovation. As you are aware, Local was contracted to renovate and upgrade that hospital up to 2018. You know the issues that forced Rocco not to work, because I remember we handled the Rocco here. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the CT scan in Mulago, the MRI, the mammogram, and many other machines have not been functional recently because the room where they were placed, that these engineers placed them badly. So recently, I had a meeting in Mulago, and we all agreed that local, once they start on they are supposed to go back and start where they ended. So they are going to start with those sections, and we shall have MRI, CT scan, mammogram, and many other, testing equipment function again. Thank you so much. Then water, it is not true that all the sections in Mulago do not have water. Just a few. And we are told, yes, let me give you because for me, I usually go to Mulago.
Right Honorable,
that's my hospital.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, help us to translate Bwino so that the answer can
Ink.
Okay.
Bueno is ink. Black and white. Honorable Speaker, the fact is there is something that is being done as we speak now on the water.
Thank you. Honorable Chan, Joyce.
Thank you.
I gave you an opportunity.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last year around July, Honorable Alex Daisy raised a matter concerning the School of the Deaf in Mbali, that there is a wrangle in the school between the hearing student and the non-hearing students and the teachers. Right Honorable Speaker, the wrangles have not been resolved to date. And when Honorable Alex Daisy raised the issue here, it was, the House was told that the Minister of Education is going to follow up the matter. But last week I saw it under a matter to follow. The report has not come to the floor of Parliament, and these students are about to kill. What is the minister, the Prime Minister telling us? Has the Minister for Education tabled the report of the investigation in her office? I beg to submit.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. He has assigned the Minister.
Thank you
for
very much,
State
Right
President.
Honorable
You see,
Speaker.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, when you assign a minister for purposes of the answered, you want to know whom you've assigned because it's your time.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for that wise guidance. Let me ask the Minister for Education to stand in for me.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. It is true, we are aware of the wrangle which is in our School of the Deaf in Mbale. As a ministry, the commissioner in charge of special needs with the team of the technical people are getting to on the ground to ascertain the actual problem. I will bring the report to this August House. When is the question now that the House begins on Tuesday?
On Wednesday,
On
I'll give you
Wednesday.
space.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Mbwate Kamwa.
Thank you so much, Right
Honorable,
Honorable
you don't have
Speaker.
much? Because I
No,
have
the other
to-
one is Papi. I don't think he's talking about of the other one. Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, and Right Honorable Prime Minister, my concern is about the cement that is in this country. And I'm looking at both quality and quantity. Previously, when you just look at the houses that our grand used to construct, you find that even up to now, the floor is still intact. But currently, you buy cement, different brands, and even if you change the ratio, either 1:1, the following day, you will find a crack. And I think this one could be maybe some of the reasons why some of the buildings are collapsing. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, my concern is, my question is, what is government doing when we are being sold fake cement?
Thank you. Right Honorable. Angura says you buy Toro cement from his constituency.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I received a directive from the President. I think you already had got wind of this, and we had a meeting with, because remember, after that earthquake of Turkey, the President got concerned, and many of you were asking him whether we are safe in the case of any catastrophe that took place in Turkey and Syria. So he directed me with the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Energy, Uganda Building Control Board. We have had a number of meetings. Honorable Speaker, the quality of cement in this country, the quality is okay, according to those governing bodies. That Honorable Speaker, our Ugandans must also take a note that the marshals we employ to build our structures also matters. Because you must have people who know what to do. They mix, the way they mix the sand and the cement has a lot, the quality of sand also matters. You may have sand that is mixed with the clay. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we are doing something, and I promise that I will come here and give you details of the outcomes of our meetings.
Thank you. And the Committee on Trade, where Honorable Mbwatekama falls, should also interest itself in the matter, working with the Prime Minister. Honorable Mukasa Rogers.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my dissatisfaction is with a company called Seven Hills for 3 years, which has subjected over 7,000 women to hard labor without pay. And I'm inquiring about the legal and contractual kind of relationship between the Seven Hills Company and the city authority. Thank you very much.
What does it do? You need to tell the Prime Minister. They collect garbage.
Yeah, as in they're entitled to desilting and cleaning the city.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, sometime back last month, I got a number of people were complaining of working in Kampala without pay. And they told me they are working under Seven Hills. It is an organization that is helping KCCA to keep Kampala city clean. And I'm told some of their people were not paying those women and the young children who help us to clean the city. We had one meeting which was not conclusive because the owners of that company had not come. I promise honorable members, together with the Minister of Kampala, I will come back here and report.
Honorable Njom.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the government built a school, a very nice school in Ruchiga as a city school, Rwamchu City School. Very good laboratory, very good computer lab, but there is no electricity. And for 1.5 years, the computer lab has not worked. There is no computer that has been put on. There is no power. The woman MP, my woman MP had raised this issue before, and you had said you were going to follow up. When can you at least give us an alternative source of power if the Ministry of Energy cannot extend power to that school? Can't you at least get maybe a solar system that can help us as Ruchiga for our students really to enjoy the services of government?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is an interministerial issue now. The Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Energy. I think I need to cause a meeting. It's not an isolated case. I also got another case in Busunju of the same. So we need to sit. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Education is here. I don't know whether he has something different.
Honorable,
Right
we
Honorable
don't want dismissive answer.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, I concur with the directive of the Prime Minister that we need a interministerial committee. Like you all know, our role is entirely to build Sid Secondary School. energy helps us connect power. So Right Honorable Prime Minister, we will wait for your directive. I thank.
Honorable Repair Moses.
Thank you. Last Thursday, I raised a serious security concern between the corridors of Nakapriprit and Amuda districts, a very serious, unprecedented security concern. And I requested that high-level delegation from the Ministry of Defense, Internal Affairs, and the top UPDF leadership should actually come and visit the area and assess the situation. I was given some hope, but up to now, nothing has happened. Immediately that very evening, someone was killed again and livestock was stolen. Just 2 days after that,
the area.
the corridors between Amudat and Nakapriprit district. The situation is serious. There's a lot of anxiety. People are scared. They are wondering what this government is doing for us. Now they're asking one question, which is going to the Prime Minister, that how many more do you want to die before, so that you take action? How many more? They want the quorum that you want. They ask.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I want to assure this country that we don't want to lose any life. Every life matters. I have been in touch with my brother. There's when I even organized for him an interconferencing meeting where the Army Commander, the PS Minister of Defense, myself, the Minister for Defense, were conferencing. And we made a number of recommendations, and which I'm told are being implemented. One, to add more troops in his area. And they told me Tuesday. Today is Thursday. I will go back and find out why they have not sent more troops to Nakapiripirit. Then two, we agreed that we give and send a drone and an aeroplane, so that they can now chase those lassoras using a chopper. Yes. So we are going to handle this square. I'm telling you.
Thank you. Osoro Maureen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, earlier last month, Pokea Ward and Committee Ward in Arua City experienced a disaster of heavy rains and winds that blew off so many people's roofs off in more than 200 homes. And most people are now stranded. Could you help my people in those two wards by providing them at least relief items like blankets, food, and also iron sheets as well, because they are really in a bad state? Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. I don't think all them about will go to Honorable Pascal.
So, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the President is going to Arua next week. I'm going to inform him before he goes to Arua, so he can guide me on how to handle this. But like I told you, Northern Uganda and Arua falls under Northern Uganda. We can always look around and get iron sheets for you.
Thank you. Honorable Nathan Byanyima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I happen to be an old man, and I requested your office that let the ministers bring forth statements for their sectors to members of parliament. And as of now, only sector committees have their policy statements only. I would want to know what happens in water. I would want what happens in education. When I was at the university, yesterday you said you were born in 2001. 1981.
1980.
I was almost leaving the university that time. When Amin was the president, we used to get books from the university, which you happen not to have. You. We had book allowance. And one time the vice chancellor said,
Honorable, you know, we use 1 minute, but conclude. Conclude.
we used to have, and he said, only doctors should have books, others can go to the library. The big man came and said, even as soldiers, we must have guns after our training. We need this information in our books, have what happens in Prime Minister's office, like we used to do. It is a simple cost.
Thank you.
I want to know what's happening everywhere.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
I thank you.
That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you are aware that we are now in a digital era. So what I'm going to direct is that the ministers upload our ministerial policy statements so that we can access this information on our iPads.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, as a house, as the leadership of the house, we want to start tracking our carbon footprint. You're going to reach a time in the coming years, not far from now, whereby Honorable Songa's experts, the rest of the world, will be saying, before we allow Parliament to do ABCD, tell us about your carbon footprint and what you are doing to reduce. One of the things is the distribution of paper, because paper comes from timber, you cut down trees, you process paper. So in a few years to come, we shall totally go digital, where even the speaker won't be having any document here. So you better prepare yourselves. That's why we are giving you iPads. We are going to streamline our IT systems, but also you travel, you're going up country, you're going where you should be, anywhere you are. You should be able to access any of these documents and you be reading. So we are trying to go as digital as possible. Members who will need support, I think I'm going to talk to the clerk. We'll see how best we can support you so that you can benefit from this digital transformation. Honorable Aogon Cyrus.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Prime Minister, my question is brief. On the day when we met in Palisa, commissioning the Tirinji Palisa Kumi Road, you clearly promised the people of Kumi municipality that the tarmac for the roads is coming. They are waiting, they are arranging to petition your office and come to Kampala to your office. I told them, wait, I'm coming with a proper answer. Right Honorable, what answer do I deliver to the people?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, when we commissioned the roads of Palisa, Kamonkoli, Palisa Kumi, there are a number of kilometers of roads. I think these are the ones we are talking about. Kumi was promised 12.5 kilometers. Palisa was promised 7. The challenge we had is that there was suppression in that financial year. But this financial year, the Ministry of Works under UNURA under Ministry of Works has been given some money. And the contractor, the Arab contractors have been also directed to go and work on your roads and also go and prepare. Remember, there was a problem. There was a problem in Bulangira. I don't know whether the member of parliament is here. Bulangira is in Chibuku. Bulangira is in Chibuku. Yes.
It stretches.
So, because of accidents that have been happening, we are also going to widen that area. So, be patient.
Thank you, Honorable Mapenduzi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Minister of Local Government has been struggling to secure funding to the tune of about 15 billion to help induct the newly elected leaders who from 2021, from the time they were elected, they never got any induction. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Prime Minister, over 30 districts are currently involved in serious conflict and services are almost paralyzed. My question then is that, would it not be possible for you to consider supporting the Ministry of Local Government expeditiously to help build the capacity of these local governments so they can deliver services? The other thing, Honorable Prime Minister, is the question of the promise government made to support districts from where cities were created. These districts, 10 districts.
Honorable, your 1 minute is up, but conclude.
Thank you, sir. These districts were supposed to be given 1 billion shilling each to help them build offices in the new places where they're supposed to relocate. In Gulu right now, the staff are being forced to relocate to a sub-county, and the sub-county is being forced to use, to sit under trees. Right Honorable Prime Minister, would it not be fair to try and find the 10 billion needed for the 10 districts so they can build the offices and they can move and allow the cities to function well?
Right
Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, yesterday I was with the leaders from all the districts in the country, the LOC5 chairpersons. They raised this matter. And the LOC5s, or the city mayors of the 10 cities were also present. They brought this issue. And the Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the fact is, I was in Masaka. They are struggling. I was in Guru. They are complaining. I was in Hoima. They are equally complaining. So the issue is this parliament. We are now in the budgeting process. This one we must handle together. The Ministry of Local Government is currently with those leaders there. Is that all of us, you the leaders in those cities, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Finance, I think I would organize a meeting and we sit and agree on how to move.
Thank you.
He is talking about inducting our leaders. The turnover of our local leaders this time around was a bit high. That's why there was in Busia, they want to impeach almost every chairman in the districts have issues. So still, I would request that in that meeting, we talk about it and come up with a way forward.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, if you know you brought a matter to my office, stop harassing me. Be patient, because some of you, I know, you're rushing because you want to speak and go. Many whom I've allowed to speak have gone. Yeah, you get it. So be patient. I will give you a chance. Okay? Abim. No man, no chero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have two brief questions. One, I have the most dilapidated hospital in this country called Abim Hospital. Mr. Speaker, in 2002, they put the sewage. After 5 years, it broke down. In 2006, they fitted the bulbs. After 5 years, all the bulbs collapsed. This year, I want to ask the question, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Why do you renovate this hospital in installments? Yet most hospitals are renovated at once. Abim, they are in installment. Put the bulb, they collapse. Put the second one, they collapse. Second question, I must thank government that I was the Minister of Works. I must thank government and the Speaker that the plan for tarmac from Lira to Kotido was underway. Right Honorable Speaker, I was off for that now. I was told April. Maybe you will announce the same thing.
Thank you.
Could I hear?
Why do you have a BIM in installments, right? Former chairperson LC5 a BIM, so he's very concerned.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I am equally concerned. I will now request the Ministry of Health to give us a report why they are doing this, because I've been to Abim myself with my sister Akaromoy, and the situation of the road he has talked about on the hospital. I will inquire. I will ask the Minister of Health, but the road, for me, Abim has one of our priority roads, like I've already told you.
Thank you. Wagahungu?
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I have two very brief issues on national contents. Right, Honorable Speaker, in Uganda, we don't know who does manpower planning, because to the extent that the government of Uganda recruits teachers for secondary schools, they go to the Ministry of Education, they are deployed. When they go to the districts, they say there is no corresponding wage bill. So we need that kind of harmony to be created. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want the Prime Minister to tell this country when this problem of deploying teachers and their bounced will be solved. The second one is about tourism roads. It has become of politics than economics or a reality. Can we not excite people that the roads are going to be made and we tell them when they are ready? Because the tourism roads in Kimbiri are impassable, yet we are going for the tourism season. I thank you.
Thank you. That's a Rubuguri Road.
Yes.
One of the roads which bring a lot of money for the country.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, we have 36 tourism hotels, and we collect 250 million shillings every day by Uganda Wildlife Refuge. But the roads are impassable.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister?
Right, Honorable Speaker. The tourism roads in this country are a priority. We did not deceive the people of Bukimbiri, and especially during his campaigns. He knows I was heading his campaigns on behalf of government, and that's why he's here. Yes, we went there and campaigned for him. And these roads, I promise by government, they will be worked on. I just request him to be patient.
Thank you. Colleagues, I was in that area for gorilla tracking. No, I didn't go there for campaigns. But the experience I had, no way. I don't think a tourist can travel into that area and come back. If it wasn't for gorillas, say gorillas are nowhere to be seen. You know, so we are taking advantage of that. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I know you have the commitment, kindly push harder, because we are losing a lot of tourists to other countries. I've talked to some of the tourists. They say, but how are the roads? So I can use a helicopter to go there. Personally, I went there for gorilla tracking. It was extremely horrible. I have someone who was doing their hotel. 2 trucks carrying cement fell, all of it. When? So it's a really, yeah, that area is very, very critical. The money it brings and how you see it, Prime Minister, I know you know the area very well, kindly. Indeed, take it up seriously. Honorable, the issue of teachers, right, Honorable Prime Minister? He raised the issue of teachers.
Let me request the Minister of State.
First of all, I'd like to begin by thanking the Prime Minister, Honorable Kwizera, for the question. Honorable members, it's true, Education Service Commission does recruit the teachers. It is true, as Minister of Education and Sports, we normally plan to have money given to us for purpose of having the wage taken care of for those teachers. But in an event that the planners in finance don't release or give us the money, colleagues, what do? That's why now I want to confirm that those teachers exist. When money is available, they will be deployed. I thank you.
Thank you. Please, we are in Prime Minister's time, so you can't compliment on any issue. No way. Read the Rule 41. Yeah, so it's very, very clear. So please, I'm having really many names here in this. So I want, yeah, okay.
Don't go away. This, I want to see how to solve this problem. Don't go away. The honorable member is saying that the Ministry of Education has appointed teachers, and once they go to the districts, they are told they don't have wage. So the minister did not give me a satisfying answer, neither members. These teachers do already have their appointment letter, and they want to go to class and start doing the work. And these teachers and these schools don't have teachers. And the wage that we give districts is not enough for our teachers that have been recruited. So that's why I want who is in charge of that docket to give us a way forward, because we cannot continue like this.
Right Honorable Speaker, what the Minister of Education has told the House is true. The recruitment was done under the strong promise that a wage would be availed. Towards the beginning of this financial year, it had been, I think, agreed that there would be recruitment of teachers. At least a limited number to handle the shortage of teachers in schools. However, when finance went around adjusting a few things here and there, the money that had been earmarked could not go for wage. But in the meantime, the Teaching Service Commission had gone ahead and recruited. The process went well, and had even been given the applicants, successful applicants, employment letters. So that's it. Therefore, they cannot, the teachers.
Not under Prime Minister's time.
Therefore, the schools cannot take them up because there is no wage, which is reasonable, I think. We have been talking to the Minister of Finance.
Minister,
yes,
can
sir.
we have a statement on this on Thursday so that you have room? You have room for discussion as government, you know? You can even discuss it in cabinet on Monday, you get a solution. Then Thursday is a good time.
Agreed,
Yes.
agreed.
Thank you. Honorable Bangura.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you went to Malaba border post during the time when there was a strike there and a fuel crisis that was looming. And you directed that to decongest the border, empty trucks returning back to Kenya be rerouted via Ruakaka and other border exit posts. But also the border community gate that was serving the people remained closed. When shall we get the border of Malaba exiting trucks since the strike ended? And when shall we have the border community gate opened for people to freely move within the border? Thank you.
I don't know, Prime Minister, there's someone who took a small key. I even talked to the deputy director, he saw linking him with Honorable Pendi over that same matter. It's a small gate which they closed and someone went with the key. You can go and you cut the padlock. Right on up. Each of the small key, yeah?
That Honorable Speaker, that small gate at Malaba I was told by the Ministry of Internal Affairs was facilitating illegal trade. But I think we now have no alternative but to open it. So that they can deploy to stop this illegal trade.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Exit of trucks via Ruakaka.
Right Honorable Speaker, in order for us to decongest Malaba border post, we had all agreed that we use Ruakaka, but our traders are complaining. They are complaining that sometimes they are going in shorter distances and that road leads them very far. So we shall handle that, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chemonges.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I only have two questions, but one is very crucial. Since January up to today, Sabey, particularly Queen District, and through cadre rustling, we have lost almost 30 people. Only this week, over 400 cows have been stolen by the cattle rustlers. As we talk now, about 200 were taken last night. And it seems even the UBDF have failed completely to manage the situation. Because yesterday, they followed 100 cows which had been stolen up to the ground, and the UBDF could not even attempt to open the ground.
Question?
My question to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, I am aware you know about this. When are you going to listen to the people of Queen or Sabey and find out the lasting solution to end cattle rustling?
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
And lastly,
No. You said the only one was crucial.
Like I already gave the answer, that we are going to employ a number of interventions, including drones, these helicopters, and put more troops on ground, and also construct security roads so that our troops can able move quickly to chase this enemy. Thank you so much.
I think, Right Honorable, you also need to meet representatives from Sebei, like how you've done for Karamoja, so that you discuss further. Honorable Seru Kenya David.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to bring it to your attention that we don't have riders license in the country, but still the police has gone ahead to forcibly arrest border riders, impounding motorbikes and making them pay fine. My question, can you instruct the Ministry of Works to come up with a rider's license at a cheaper price, like 200,000 shillings, and to release all the borders because they were forcibly impounded? Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want us to look at this objectively. Some border riders are criminals. They have killed the people. And when they are arrested, those ones will be handled according to the law. They are those who are killing people, and everybody knows this. They are using borders and they are killing people. Those we shall handle. Then there are these border cyclists, genuinely, who need support. We had a meeting with KCCA and the Ministry of Works this year in January, and together with URA, and we came up with some figures. I request that the Ministry of Works be allowed to come and give us the figures. And the figures are friendly. They are even less than 200 you are proposing.
Thank you. Our colleagues, on that issue, I got an incident the other day, and I came to know why some Ugandans really have given up on helping. So I was coming from Matuga, and the border rider, I think he was on a very high speed, and he had two people. He carried two people. And my lead car, which was near, this man comes from nowhere and he knocks a taxi from behind. And he falls just next to my car. And I saw the taxi was full of people and all that. So my team said, we go. I said, no, no, no. I'm seeing people injured here. So please stop the car, use one of the cars, put in these people, we take them to hospital. But to my surprise, now, as we were coming, a few followed us, and I heard they were, so I received a call from NTV that you have knocked someone and you brought them in hospital, so, but you've not compensated. I said, so you mean I should have moved on? Because you knocked, you got an accident, I have stopped, I have helped take a person to hospital, but now you want to use it against me because you can hold a press conference that a member of parliament or a deputy speaker caused an accident. You know, it really disturbed my mind. It really shocked me. I came to know why some people don't even stop, because I'm told you stop, they lynch you. Some of them, oh, they say compensate and all that. So I don't know where we are going as a country. It's an issue you need seriously looking to Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Court, Boniface.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Post-COVID, Uganda is confronted with a huge challenge of high unemployment and underemployment. Going by multiple testimonies, even joining the civil service is unfortunately characterized by corruption, nepotism, and also stringent requirements on the basis of experience. Right Honorable Prime Minister, how do you intend to avert the bottlenecks in joining civil service for the young people?
Right Honorable Prime Minister. We need affirmative action for the young people.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the fact is, even yesterday when I had the LOC 5s from all over the country, they are in Chankwanzi right now. We talked about this. I said, what do we do? Corruption is happening in the sub-counties, in the villages, everywhere. And people who pay the bribes, they only complain behind the curtains. They don't come out openly because they are intimidated. I request, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister for Labor is here. Let her come and give us a way forward.
She's in charge of labor, she's in charge of youth. So, and even NSSF, some can go to NSSF, Right Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right. And Honorable Speaker, under the Ministry of Gender, we have a program that trains and puts in youth as interns for about 1 year in different entities to allow them gain experience. In some circumstances, those youth actually are taken up by those companies. It is a program that we started as a pilot, which we are expanding, which I think if we can expand and move it to most of the government entities, because most of the youth, the experience even knocks them at the beginning. But that program has proved that most of the youth that has done internship has remained in those entities. So we'll expand this program. We can make a comprehensive statement on the floor about the program, and we see how to expand it. But on the broader issue of the strategy for youth unemployment, we can also include in that statement.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, you can also engage members of the Parliamentary Youth Forum, led by the youth MPs, on this matter. Honourable Singoma, Tom? And then Honourable Sewungu. People, the Prime Minister is not a robot. And I'm also not a robot. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the people affected by the East African crude oil pipeline, the PAPs, in the districts of Hoima, the districts of Kikuve, and the district of Kakumiru, have not been paid their compensation. And an air of discomfort is beginning to rise in these areas. Right Honorable Prime Minister, can you pick interest in this matter and ensure that these people are paid as expeditiously as we can possibly do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Cabinet on Monday discussed this matter. And we all agreed that we have to look for money and pay these people who are affected by the pipeline. Yes, some were paid, but others continue to complain. So investigations are still ongoing. And the chief government valuer is equally in the know. They have been to Kakumiro many times, even before I became Prime Minister. But now the issue is at compensation stage. I promise that government will help our people.
Thank you, no speaker. No speaker. I've come this way down because I want to see the Prime Minister in Harosare physically. And the issue I'm raising was you gave me room as I raised it before. Right on the Prime Minister, Uganda is a secular country and we are allowed to practice our religion. As we talk now, there are revelants who are arrested because they were praying in Itojo, Ntungamo district, praying to God, asking God to make the president of Uganda fulfill the promises he made to them. Could we know from you, National Prime Minister, whether praying is an offense in Uganda now, and any church leader called praying properly is taken as a criminal? Thank you very much,
Prime Minister. I saw it in papers. They were praying over fulfillment of government pledges, but I don't know their style of praying. So maybe the Prime Minister.
They were praying in the church and praying with the reverend.
The Prime Minister.
Are you sure?
Very sure.
I know him as a very good Catholic, but the fact is they were not praying in Ntungamo. They were in Potpoto. You know, Nabanja, I'm always current. Yes. Honorable Speaker, let us allow, since they have gone to seek redress in our courts of law, let us give them time and they go through that court process.
Thank you. Honorable Ronnie.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Kachango Primary School pupils are studying from out for now the past 3 months because of the heavy rainfalls that broke the iron sheets. And I've put in a request, but I've not been replied. I need
Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Minister for Disaster Preparedness will do the needful. Kachango, I saw his request and I referred it to the relevant people. But these days, you know what has been going on with iron sheets. So we had to hold all the processes so that investigations could be concluded. When they are done with the investigations, we shall definitely, because there are so many iron sheets in the store.
Thank you. Leader of opposition.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for the responses you have made. I will be making very few comments. I will commence with the one of the Honorable Pamela, the woman member of Parliament, Budaka, about eviction from wetlands. Right Honorable Prime Minister, government should walk the talk. If government has chosen to preach water, they should not be seen drinking wine. Because this selective application of the environmental laws will not help any matters. As you evict, for instance, in Soroti, there is a serious case in Soroti, and the petition is coming to this house, where the RDC came with a grade and raised down even trees that had been planted as a mitigation measure for improving on the environment. Cut down sugar canes, rice, greens, potatoes, RDC Soroti. And the villages that are affected are Onyama, Abelet, that is a parish in Ikweri sub-county, which is within the county of Soroti. There is also a Malera village, which is in Opuyo ward. Now, you see RDCs, I don't know when they constituted themselves into NEMA to enforce the NEMA law. We see in Kampala, for instance, wetlands which are being allocated to investors. If you are to enforce this law properly and set a serious deterrent, you begin with these big ones before you roll down to the smaller ones. I know the mandate of NEMA is to take stock of all natural resources and their utilization, including conservation. But this quarry you mentioned, which was a question raised by Honorable Pio of Kole North, is the same challenge that the residents that are in the Honorable Twala Padilla has gone out. But the residents in his constituency, which is bordering Vrambuli, have a similar challenge. The quarry has polluted the area. People no longer actually serve food in the open because the dust enters even up to the bedrooms. And there is serious non-compliance on the part of the so-called investors in these areas. So we would want to see NEMA taking stock and enforcing the law rather than leaving it at the mass of the people and even to the excited RDCs like the one of Soroti. The one of Soroti, I've forgotten his name. I should mention it here. Yes. Mr. Komakech is and his deputy. They even extort money from people who are actually working in those wetlands who have planted. First of all, they extort money to allow them to grow the rice. Then if they want more money, they come to destroy, threatening them to get even more money. No, information I allow you. I will not allow you. I will allow you at the end.
Please, Rule 41.
Then,
Rob, this is not an item where you start sharing the microphone. Rule 41 is very clear. You just have a right of response quickly, no information, no what from a member. So do that, we finish.
Thank you for shutting up this honorable minister who was coming to share the microphone. The question, I'm concluding quickly. The question by Honorable Christine, the woman member of Chivoga, about Chengwazi.
Madam Prime Minister, you did not dispense the justice that I anticipated to this question, because one Bosco Kasonko died. And if you say you were so over defensive in your response, we have seen similar challenges around the Mount Elgon National Park, where these trigger happy authorities have killed people. Equally, NFA could have armed themselves because they knew the encroachers would maybe turn violent. And everyone was killed unlawfully. One therefore deserves actually an entitlement to compensation. You did not go that further. The question by the Honorable Mbwatekamwa, he had a very valid concern, Mr. Speaker, sir, about cement. The fundamental question we should ask is how much cement is in the cement that we use. Because Uganda Bureau of Standards is sleeping on a job. We should begin with measuring. Try to measure that cement. It is no longer exactly the quantity. Actually, even the twisted bars, Mr. Speaker, sir, why 12, the standard length should be 40, is it feet? Yes, it is an imperial system, feet. But it is much less, it is either 38, 36, 34.
So you even measure that?
I have tried to do that. To prove that the Uganda Bureau of Standards are not doing their job, Mr. Speaker. So that's why, for instance, there was a case in Tororo, in the neighborhood of my constituency, and I know the Honorable Angura will bear me witness. There was, yes, there was a gentleman who was found selling adulterated cement, and he was arrested by the police in Bendo B zone. Richard Omwa, you know that fellow. And even in Mukono here, and that was in July 2021. In Mukono here, 3 people were arrested after the police passed into a racket of fake cement manufacturers. So fake cement is on the market. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, this load shedding is a serious issue. It has been raised by 2 members, the honorable member of Busia municipality and the honorable member of Hoima City. And I would like to give you the statistics. The Electricity Regulatory Authority in December, as of December 2021, gave these estimates that electricity capacity is 1,346 megawatts. The demand is 800, and I know the Right Honorable Speaker were with you in the same committee. You are very polished on these statistics. 800, the demand is 800 megawatts, leaving a surplus of 546 megawatts. Now with this surplus, why would Uganda be grappling with the challenge of load shedding, Madam Speaker? Lastly, oh, Madam Prime Minister, sorry, Mr. Speaker, you can never become a lady. As I conclude,
you remember we are fighting homosexuality, so you better you better behave.
That question by the Honorable Nakut Faith is a very important question, Madam Prime Minister, and I want you to take it up very seriously, because the harsh, life-threatening prison conditions that these young people were subjected to is a form of torture, and this is unlawful in our laws. They should be definitely compensated, including according a decent burial to the other ones who have died. And the people behind this should be
brought to book, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I mean, Madam Prime Minister, Madam Prime Minister, Madam Prime Minister. Yeah, I'm taking long to finish, but let me finish.
Can you conclude because
Madam Prime
because you
Minister,
might end up admiring me as a lady, eh? And yet you know the road we passed. So please conclude. Eh?
now I finish with the Abim Hospital, my former colleague, the Honorable Norman. That Abim Hospital is a serious issue, Madam Prime Minister. You know very well that the state of our health facilities in Uganda is deplorable, including Bududa Hospital, including Kambuka. Kambuka is in Kanungu. You know what happened? If the member was not airlifted, he would be ripped. He would be ripped. The other one, the last one is about the reverends that were arrested. This question, which was raised by the Honorable Seungu, has not been given dispense justice. You know very well that they are on remand. They are not seeking any legal redress. They have been remanded. They were tortured by police. We have seen video clips awash on print, electronic media. So these are issues which your docket is not.
Madam Nambeshe conclude. Oh, sorry. So, Mr. Nambeshe. No, colleagues, I made a mistake.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. But tit for tat is not a good game.
Thank you, colleagues. Sorry, I've not been able to accommodate all of the questions. It's always painful when I see a colleague standing up and I don't give them an opportunity. It's always painful, but when you come here in this seat and you find you have to move on, it becomes very difficult. Even after reducing it to 1 minute, again, members are still having issues, but I request for your indulgence. I don't mean any bad. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, we are going for Easter. I wish you a successful Easter. I would advise you that when you're moving in the corridors, maybe you greet the Prime Minister who leads government. I'm also targeting her around the corner. So, but with that, I adjourn the House to Wednesday at 2 p.m.